Chapter 675. I'd like to talk to you. Next door to Erlu's bedroom, Brittany found the red-robed woman sitting by the fire eating pork trotters. What do you want to talk about? Melisandre glanced up at the female knight and continued to eat the plump pork trotters on her plate. Brittany turned to look at the pockmarked knight standing at the door with a sneer. She hesitated and said, "About blood magic." Burp. Melisandre raised her head and swallowed a large piece of chewy pork skin. Her white and tender neck wriggled, and the ruby on her neck reflected an intoxicating red light under the fire. She wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, picked up the wine jug, and drank it all in one gulp. Then she panted and said, "I'm going to the forest of God's wood. Let's talk while we walk." "Oh." Brittany pursed her lips nervously and followed Melisandre out of the castle. The red-robed woman was in front, Brittany was one step behind, and the two blazing red heart knights fell 3 steps away. One was gorgeous and charming with a fluttering red dress, the other was tall and majestic, extremely ugly with iron armor and helmet. The two women with distinctive styles attracted many mercenaries, servants, knights, and savages who stopped to watch and point at them. The Forest of God's Wood in Winterfell was almost as old as the House of Stark. After thousands of years of reproduction, the 120 acres of forest had almost become a primeval forest beyond the Great Wall. The four stepped on the thick and soft rotten leaves under their feet and stopped by the hot spring pool behind the guest room. The blazing red heart knight seemed to have accompanied the red-robed woman here a few times and knew what she was going to do, so he stopped at the corner 7 or 8 meters away. "I thought you were going to see the heart tree," Brittany said in surprise. "See the human-faced tree?" "Ha, I just want to burn it. The only thing in the Forest of God's Wood that interests me is this hot spring pool." "You can try it later." Melisandre smiled gently, squatted down, and waved her hand in the hot spring. "What do you want to ask?" Brittany straightened her back, and her thick caterpillar-like lips moved like a cow. She said in a low voice, "Can a binder curse people through blood?" "Your question is as silly as asking someone if they can eat." Brittany unconsciously held the hilt of her sword with her left hand and said with sharp eyes, "The shadow-binding warriors of Volantis used the blood of nobles to summon the souls of nobles to attach to the shadows. Can you do it?" Melisandre smiled faintly. She used a handful of spring water to wash off the oil stains on her sleeves. "I can do anything that a shadow binder can do in this world." Clang! A black-red thunderbolt seemed to flash by the edge of the pool. Plop! The red-robed woman's faint smile froze on her face. She wanted to turn her head, but as soon as she moved, a smear of blood seeped out of her white neck. Then, with a plop sound, her head fell into the pool. Tsk, tsk, tisk. That sword was too fast. That sword was too sharp. His body was still squatting there, and the severed neck was like a loose tap, spraying scarlet blood mist. Brittany's rough round face turned pale for a moment. The next moment, a guard shouted from the forest, "Brittany killed someone, Brittany killed the priest." Which man would sit upright and not take a look when Aunt May was bathing in the spring? Even if everyone knew that she was the woman of a self-proclaimed big boss. The two knights of blazing red heart hid behind the forest, but their eyes were wide open. They stood on their tiptoes and stared in the direction of the pool through the gaps in the tree branches. Hearing the knights shout, Brittany seemed to wake up from her trance. She quickly raised her sword again and stabbed the headless corpse a few times. Back, spine, waist. She poked several transparent holes. The knights of blazing red heart had already rushed over. Bang, bang. The two swords hit the back of Brittany's head, but only a string of sparks splashed on the iron helmet, and then she staggered. Brittany ignored it. After the corpse fell into the pool, she swung her sword and slashed the back of Aunt May's head, who was half floating on the water. How sharp was the steel sword? How strong was Brittany? After a few slashes, Aunt May's severed head was split into two, a blur of red and white. "Brittany, how dare you?" The knight of blazing red heart was shocked and angry. He slashed the other party more than a dozen times, but there was not even a dent on the armor. "Hold her down," another knight said. Brittany's bull strength flared up, like a scorer holding a football. Regardless of anything, she used her thick oak stump-like shoulders to push left and right, knocking the two knights to the ground, and then ran away. When they rushed out of the Forest of God, they ran in the direction of the main castle. The Forest of God was behind the guest room, which was connected to the main castle, but separated by an arch bridge. Erlu lived in the guest room, and the Valley Knights led by Melji were stationed in the main castle. Brenny murdered Priest Dren, stop her. High Priest Melisandre was assassinated by Brittany. The knights who were training on the training field looked at each other blankly. When they heard that the howling sound came from Aunt May's guards, and then saw Brittany running away, they were furious, and then they shouted and pounced on the female knight. Ping ping bang bang bang. The daggers that were thrown and the swords that were slashed were all useless. Some people even shot with crossbows, but Brittany was like a paladin who used invincibility to attack the enemy's defense tower. She was unstoppable until, bang. A burly warrior of blazing red heart smashed over with a spiked hammer the size of a rice cooker, hitting Brittany's face. In just a moment, the female knight who was running was knocked over backwards. Ouch! Even though she was wearing a faceplate, the female knight still let out a pig-like howl, and blood flowed down her chin. The next moment, a group of soldiers swarmed over, slashing with swords and axes. Brittany was like a tortoise that turned over, unable to get up, and was beaten until she cried out. Fortunately, the training field of the main castle and the training field of the guest room were only separated by an arch bridge, a distance of dozens of meters. Soon, Meiji, Big John, and the other heroes of the northern region led the savages and the Valley Knights to mediate the fight. Valley, Moongate Castle, King Aegon's study. The little devil ran in with his deformed short legs, holding a parchment in his hand, and said excitedly, "It's done. It's done." Aegon got up from the soft couch by the fireplace, hurried over, took the letter, and read it quickly. "Isn't it too simple?" Aegon frowned. "It's too simple." Tyrion nodded with a frown. But her head was cut off, and she was split in half. Her flesh was mangled, and her heart was pierced. Aegon held the letter with a conflicted expression. Her head was cut off, her heart was pierced, and she even used a steel sword. Tyrion nodded again. "She's dead." Aegon's eyes flickered, expectant and hesitant. "She can't be more dead." The uncertainty on Tyrion's face slowly disappeared, and was replaced by determination. He did not even need to ask the Dragon Queen, because the Dragon Queen would die even if her head was cut off. After that, the two of them went to the Queen's bedroom to look for Jon. Dead? That's right, she was approached by a knight, and she was defenseless, no one could hide. Jon held the letter, his expression sorrowful, and a pool of bitterness rose in his heart. "Gods, what have I done?" "Jon." Queen Sansa leaned over gently, her soft and warm hand covering the back of her brother's broad and rough hand, and said softly, "I'm so happy. The moment I saw you and Rickon, I felt alive again. But this is only the beginning, the door of happiness has just opened to us. Soon, you and Rickon will be uncles. In the future, I'll bring the baby to Winterfell, and I'll name him Ide. What do you think?" "Sansa, you have to have a few more." "Ide isn't enough, you have to have Robb, Catelyn, and Arya," Rickon said loudly from the side. Jon looked at his younger brother, and then at his elegant and noble sister. His gaze slid down and landed on her stomach, the sorrowful expression on his face slowly disappeared. "I've done the right thing, for this family that's finally reunited, I'm willing to enter the 7 hells." "Blackie, you're thinking too much, my 7 hells do not accept heretics." A day later, Aegon rode on the Black Death, while Tyrion rode on Tessa and Jon. The three of them landed in the front yard of the Winterfell main castle. The two rebellious kings finally met. Since Aunt May was dead, King Aegon was no longer afraid of the curse. In the main castle where the Duke of Winterfell lived, In the hall, with a huge direwolf blanket hanging on the wall, two groups of people were in a battle formation, each occupying one side of the hall. The two kings sat opposite each other, and behind them stood a group of armored subordinates holding swords and sabers. The king of the northern region sat in the middle, mediating between the two kings. Yes, I killed Priestess Melisandre. Brittany looked at the people around her, and her gaze lingered on Tyrion's ugly, wooden face for a moment before she nodded and admitted her crime of murder. She was in good condition, her hands and feet were bound by iron chains, and she wore a sky-blue wool vest and brown leather pants. There were bruises and dark red scars on her rough, round face, and her crooked nose that looked like it had been stepped on hundreds of times. Her nose bridge was broken again, but it was only a superficial injury. Compared to the attack she had suffered that day, this injury was nothing. Aunt Dany's love for her nephew was very real and deep. That set of Vadras steel armor was almost flawless. Yes, that day when Brittany wore Aegon's Vadras steel armor, she dug out the red three-headed dragon crystal on the chest of the armor. Lady Brittany, your reputation has always been good. You are upright, loyal, and trustworthy. You even have the reputation of Roseless Iron Guard. Why did you commit such atrocities? Grand Judge John took sides without a trace. Erlu narrowed his eyes and stared at him with a deep gaze. Brittany's eyes were firm as she faced everyone's gazes and said loudly, "For the oath, for revenge, for justice." Can you explain more clearly? The Duke of the Northern Region asked. Volantis Shadowbinder can use the blood of nobles to summon the souls of nobles to attach to the shadows, and then control the shadows to curse the enemy. I asked her if she knew this witchcraft, and she said that as long as it was a Shadowbinder's spell, she was proficient in it. Then, when she was unprepared, I suddenly attacked and cut off her head. Brittany didn't hide anything. She told him everything from the day she asked Erlu to the day she killed Melisandre. If that's the case, Renly might really be, I see. Renly died from witchcraft. That kind of shadow magic is exactly what Lady Catelyn said that day. The Shadowbinder is too evil. The witch did a good job killing her. Who knows if she will curse us or not. Roseless Iron Guard, Brittany really lives up to her reputation. She is loyal, brave, and decisive. Yes, the Dragon Queen didn't misjudge her. Although Brittany is a woman, she is the most chivalrous person in the Seven Kingdoms after Sir Barristan. The first night after Barristan. Gods, Brittany is definitely innocent, but the other person killed his own kin. He is almost on par with the dwarves. I didn't expect him to be that kind of person. Brittany's experience that day was witnessed by many people. Plus, her reputation was very good, so no one suspected that she was lying. However, the content revealed in her words was too sensational. Many nobles in the hall discussed it and looked at Erlu strangely from time to time. Aegon's expression didn't change, but the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smug smile. The dwarf's expression was still blank. He only stared at Erlu opposite him. Erlu's masseter muscles bulged, and his teeth creaked. Chapter 676. Nonsense. In the midst of the clamor, the pockmarked knight Richard suddenly shouted. Everyone looked over in shock, and the hall was silent for a moment. Then, the Knight of Red Heart pointed at Brain and scolded, "You have killed him, and there is no evidence. You are so unscrupulous that you begin to slander King Stannis. I swear to the seven gods that I did not say a single lie." Brain did not back down and greeted him with her most determined eyes. "This is an extremely simple question." The pockmarked knight looked around at everyone and said loudly, "Everyone, if you did something bad, would you admit it so foolishly without any thought of hiding it?" This. The nobles were stunned, and it seemed to make sense. But at that time, there were only the Red Priest and Brain was almost certain that Erlu killed Renly. It did not seem to matter whether the red-robed woman admitted it or not. She probably did not think that the female knight would dare to kill. Everyone thought in their hearts, but they did not say it out loud. They only looked at Brain to see how she would answer. Brain glanced at her camp, looked at Tyrion, and finally stared at Erlu, who was livid, and said, "Why do you dare to do it but not dare to admit it? His Majesty Renly is dead, this is a fact, and there was only one person with the ability and motive at that time. There is even a witness. Lady Catelyn saw the Shadow's appearance. The truth of the matter is as obvious as the megalosaurus in the fountain pool. Why is everyone still discussing it here? You have betrayed the 7 gods and changed to believe in the Red God, but whether it is Lalo, the Holy Father, or even the old gods that the Northerners believe in, none of them encouraged their believers to lie. If you violate the teachings of the gods and must lie, what is the point of today's trial? Anyway, you who have betrayed the teachings of the gods will not be blessed by any gods, so why should you believe in the Light King?" Brain's rough round face was full of calmness, and her clear blue eyes were pure and clear, like a mirror. As long as she saw someone, she would immediately project that person's heart. Her words of speaking from the heart and not the evidence made the hall silent, and everyone who looked at her immediately turned their heads away unnaturally. Even the Erlu hand of the king, Davos, he once questioned his king about the crime of killing his own kin. Instead of blaming him, Erlu sincerely explained, "I have an alibi. Your son Dai Feng is my attendant. He can testify that I didn't leave the camp that night." The Onion Knight was moved by the king's sincerity and generosity, and believed him. Just like Erlu, it was just self-hypnosis. This was because right after that, Erlu had asked him to send Aunt May through the sewers of Storm's End Fortress in a small boat. He had seen the pregnant Aunt May give birth to the Shadow with Erlu's face and kill the general of Storm's End Fortress, Sir Cortana. Erlu was also in the barracks at that time, so he had an alibi. At this moment, when he heard Brittany's question and saw her clear eyes, his old face turned pale, his expression was absent-minded, and his eyes lost focus. "What's wrong with me? Why am I so loyal to King Stannis? Why do I worship him? Because of his righteousness and justice? No, he is my God. He made me who I am. He used his trust to honor me. This is the reason why I am willing to die for him." Suddenly, Davos was like an electric car with a new battery. He was full of energy again. He looked at Brittany with burning eyes. She had already looked away. "Sigh, isn't it just a witch? Just kill her. In Westeros, you don't need a reason to kill a witch in the forest, right?" Big John mumbled loudly. To be more precise, in Westeros, if a sorcerer or shapeshifter was discovered, they would be smashed with bricks, poked with manure, or handed over to the nobles to be hanged or burned to death in public. It was just like how the church dealt with witches in the Middle Ages. That was why Westeros was a magical desert. That was why the theory of the true world sprouted and grew in the City of Knowledge. It was cultivated by the scholars and finally implemented. However, now that everyone knew that the King of the North was a wolf spirit, Big John skipped over the shapeshifters. "Lady Melisandre is His Majesty's High Priest, she is our spiritual leader. How can you kill her just like that?" Davos stood up and reprimanded sternly. He had always wanted to kill Aunt May. He was even prepared to kill her to get rid of the king's subordinates. Now that he saw Brittany kill Aunt May, he was actually very happy. But the significance of Brittany killing Aunt May was completely different from him killing Aunt May. He killed Aunt May because Aunt May bewitched Erlu. A fair and just king was seduced by a witch to become a kinslayer. How could he not hate her? Brittany killed Aunt May to avenge Renly. If he let Brittany go, it would be equivalent to admitting that she did the right thing. How could he admit it? Admit that Erlu killed Renly? Why couldn't the little demon become Aegon's Hand of the King? Could it be that Aegon wasn't willing? In fact, the dwarf's position in Aegon's camp was the Hand of the King, in name but not in name. If Erlu admitted that he killed his kinslayer, he wouldn't even be able to live, let alone fight for the Iron Throne. Dwarves weren't kings, so they wouldn't be betrayed. Erlu would definitely be betrayed if he killed his kinslayer. In history, which king who was betrayed by his kinslayer could keep his life? So, Erlu definitely couldn't let Brittany go. Davos glanced at the expressionless Aegon, then turned his gaze and said seriously, Duke Stark, you are the landlord and have sworn loyalty to King Stannis. It's time for you to fulfill your duties as a vassal. At this time, Aegon had to express his stance. But just like Erlu, he sat there without moving. The one who spoke was also the hand of the king. Tyrion walked to the center of the hall and pointed at the female knight. As everyone can see, Lady Brittany was a loyal and righteous person. She was the #1 knight of the Seven Kingdoms' younger generation, the current Barristan, the benchmark of the new generation of knights. You forced Duke Stark to kill such a righteous person. TSK, what a familiar feeling. The dwarf looked at Erlu with a smile and asked, do you feel the same? Doesn't it feel like the Mad King forcing Jon to kill the #1 knight of the Seven Kingdoms? Your brother, Robert. In the early years, Robert was definitely the #1 knight of the younger generation. He used a hammer to conquer the land. It had to be said that the dwarf's analogy was too vicious. Both vassals were called Jon, and both victims were the #1 knights. Then, was Erlu the same as the Mad King? Even the ending was the same. Jon rebelled against the Mad King, raised the banner of righteousness, and helped the true dragon ascend the throne. Brittany was the White Knight, representing Aegon. Erlu understood. His eyes were burning with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, you want to start a war with me? The dwarf hurriedly waved his hand and said, of course not. Although we are not in an alliance, we are helping Duke Stark clean up the rebels in the north. But he said the words, not in an alliance, very clearly. Everyone fell into deep thought. Erlu said coldly, Tyrion, you have a sharp tongue, but you can't change the fact that Brittany murdered Melisandre. If you still want to maintain the current peace, then shut up and let the fake king behind you give me an explanation. What did you say? Aegon was provoked by the fake king. He suddenly stood up and shouted at Erlu, I am Laegiazi, of the true dragon bloodline, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Even Robert the usurper did not dare to slander me as a fake king, let alone you, a heretic who killed your own kin. Robert will not call you a fake king. He will only smash your head with a hammer. Erlu was so angry that his face turned pale and his body trembled. Maybe you really think you are Laegiazi, but you are not. Go ask the elders of the Seven Kingdoms. Liga and Varys are like you and me. Do you think I will save your son? Aegon was so angry that his eyes were dizzy. He looked down anxiously and began to look for his sword. Unfortunately, everyone's weapons had been taken away by the Northerners before they entered the hall. The dwarf was also anxious. Aegon should not have come. Even if Erlu called him a fake king, he should be the one to refute. But now, Erlu's words were so sharp that he could not interrupt. However, Aegon suddenly came to his senses after circling around like a headless fly. He raised his head and looked directly at Erlu. I don't know if you will save my son, but I swear that if there is a chance to save your son, I will save him. You are guilty, but the child is innocent. As the king of the Seven Kingdoms, if he does not save an innocent child, then he does not deserve to sit on the Iron Throne. Aegon was confused by his anger. After he came to his senses and thought about Erlu's words in reverse, he realized that this question was easy to answer. He did not even need to think about it. After learning the ways of the King of Kings from Aunt Dany for so long, how could he not know how to treat the enemy's children? No, he knew it all too well. One of Dany's famous scenes being whipped by the Codex, was it not because the rebellious slaves had slaughtered the slave owner's child? Therefore, these words came from the bottom of his heart. He said it happily, smoothly, and with sincerity. There was not a trace of pretense in his expression. Because of this, Erlu looked at him, stunned. Tyrion was also stunned with his mouth wide open. Jon, Davos, and the people in the hall were all shocked. It was as if they were seeing Aegon VI for the first time. Perhaps, he really was a qualified king. At this moment, many people thought so. Ahem, your majesties, my lords. Davos noticed that the atmosphere in the hall was not right. Everyone seemed to be intimidated by King Aegon's king's aura, so he quickly spoke up to break the situation. The purpose of today's trial is to seek justice for Lady Melisandre, not to discuss the relationship between Varys and Rhaegar. Everyone, please return to the topic at hand. I also ask King Aegon to answer my question directly. What kind of explanation do you intend to give to King Stannis for killing our archbishop-ranked priest? Cersei murdered the archbishop-ranked priest, she was paraded through the streets, and Kate Black was dressed in black. If Brittany was a man, Davos would logically let her wear black. Neither side would lose face, and a large-scale military conflict could be avoided. Unfortunately, however, he did not know that Aegon and Erlu both wanted to take the opportunity to flip out. Aegon, kill her with your own hands, and this matter will be over. Erlu pointed at Brittany and said coldly. Erlu began to stir up trouble. Why don't we have a trial by martial arts and let the gods decide whether what Brittany did was the most wrong or the most wrong? Tyrion squinted and laughed. Hundreds of slashes failed to kill Brittany. Who didn't know that she was wearing tile steel armor? Dueling with a knight wearing Varys steel armor? Even without Varys steel armor, Brittany was still a top-notch general of the Seven Kingdoms. Erlu's knight, however, had endured half a year in the deep mountains and forests. Even a noble knight like Gundifalin had lost his shape in hunger and cold. How could they fight? Erlu pointed at Aegon and said, let's fight. The winner is king, and the loser is out. Chapter 677. The winner is king and the loser is out. Aegon's eyes lit up and was about to agree. Whoa, Tyrion snapped his fingers and nudged Aegon and the rest with his shoulder, interrupting him. King Stannis is so brave to challenge Dragon Knight Aegon. Erlu glared at the dwarf and gritted his teeth. When did a knight's duel count as a dragon? Tyrion nodded and smiled. If you are dueling for justice, you naturally have to be fair. But as you said, the winner is king. In order to fight for the Iron Throne, we have to use all the advantages. Wouldn't we be fools if we didn't use the dragon? Very good, you finally spoke your mind. For the Iron Throne, you are finally going to attack me. What trial, what Renly, they are all excuses. Erlu sneered. At this point, Tyrion stopped talking and said straightforwardly, Prince Renly is not an excuse. Brittany has her own oath and choice. His Majesty Aegon will pay attention to your feud with her, but he will not participate. Now, let's skip over Brittany and talk about your relationship with His Majesty Aegon. Everyone knew that there was only one Iron Throne and one king. When the two kings met, one of them had to leave. The battle between you and His Majesty Aegon will happen sooner or later. His Majesty Aegon has the support of the Valley, Hejien, the Stormlands, Dorne, half of the Northern Territory and half of the River Bend. You only have less than 400 troops left. You have no foundation and are wandering around. You have no chance of winning. As for recruiting the Bravos mercenaries, most of the famous mercenary groups in the world have been recruited by the Alliance. They are probably being trampled on by the Dragon Queen. Even if you can find some small mercenary groups with low strength, reputation, and credibility, it will only cause more suffering in the Seven Kingdoms. It will not change the final outcome. But winter has arrived and the deviants are wandering outside the Great Wall. The Seven Kingdoms cannot afford any more turmoil. Why don't you put on the black cloak and go to the Great Wall to be the savior? Your daughter, Princess Shireen, will become the successor of the Stormland and can immediately return to Storm Rest Fort. Your wife and subjects will retain their titles and fiefs, and they will be free to choose their future path. They can even continue to believe in the King of Light as long as you don't force them. Aegon's lips wriggled a few times. He really wanted to stop the dwarf from acting on his own. In the end, out of trust, and also out of consideration for the dwarf's reputation, he only used a dissatisfied gaze to vaguely glare at him. The dwarf blinked and quietly replied with a message telling him to be patient. Previously, they had not decided to return Storm's End to Theon. Aegon had even told Sansa to give birth to a few more babies and arrange for the second son to inherit Storm's End. Erlu, however, did not hesitate at all. His tone was as firm as iron as he said, "I will not give my power to someone of unknown origin. That would be irresponsible to Theon of Bella and the people of the Seven Kingdoms. The silver-haired king's offer is generous enough. Why did you reject it?" Big John could not help but ask. "No matter how I look at it, you have no chance of winning," Meiji muttered. Even the knights on Erlu's side were greatly moved. They looked at their king, wanting to say something but hesitating. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. They were once nobles, but they had rebelled with Erlu and had long been stripped of their fiefs and titles by the Iron Throne. Now that Tyrion had promised to restore their titles, they had almost achieved their goal of following Erlu. Davos hesitated for a moment. He approached Erlu and whispered in his ear, "Your Majesty, don't be rash. You can really consider it." Even the king's hand was moved. The veins on Erlu's forehead throbbed, and his teeth creaked. The anger in his eyes almost cooked onions. "I will also wear black clothes. Wherever you go, I will go." Davos smiled bitterly. The anger in Erlu's eyes gradually disappeared. He said calmly, "Then accompany me to the end, even if you die in battle." But Princess Shireen, seeing that Erlu and Davos were in a dispute, Jon guessed that the Onion Knight was persuading his king. He glanced at the Red Heart Knights. More than half of them were moved. "Why don't we go to the guest room next door to discuss before making a decision?" "We have no objections," Tyrion quickly said. Erlu narrowed his eyes and stared at Jon's face. He asked, "Does our alliance still count?" "Of course." Jon touched his nose and nodded awkwardly. At this moment, he was regretting that he had boarded Erlu's pirate ship too early. When Dany and Erlu arrived at the Great Wall at the same time, Jon saw the Dragon Queen's bravery, strength, and kindness, forgiving him and Erlu. He decided to join her. He wanted to use the Dragon Queen's power to take revenge and retake Winterfell. Then, Stark would pledge his loyalty to her. However, Dany had no ill intentions towards Jon and Stark, but she did not like them either. She did not care about the loyalty of the Northerners. Almost at the same time, Erlu extended an olive branch to Jon and offered to uphold justice for Ide and Robb. In the name of the king, he would reinstate Jon's identity as Stark, which meant that he would leave the Night Watchman. Robb did the same thing. In front of these kings, the sacred oath was no different from a chamber pot. They could use it when they needed it and throw it away when they did not need it. At that time, Jon was full of integrity. Although he was tempted, he still refused to give up the Night Watchman's oath. However, he acknowledged the alliance between Stark and Erlu. At that time, Aegon had not even gone to Slaver's Bay. Even when Jon began to lose his integrity and decided to reinstate his identity as Stark, Aegon was still taming dragons at Slaver's Bay and complaining to Aegon. That was why today's awkward situation happened. He wanted to help his brother-in-law for the sake of lumbering. However, the oath was in front of him. He was now Erlu's ally and vassal. Erlu pointed at Aegon and asked Jon, "If I decide to go to war with him, will you fulfill your duties as a vassal?" Jon thought for a while with an awkward expression and said, "Your Majesty, before I became the Lord of Winterfell, my sister Sansa had already led the Northern Territory to pledge loyalty to King Aegon. The Northern Territory is already divided. I can't let the nobles of the Northern Territory fight among themselves. Therefore, I can only not help either side." Erlu looked at him deeply and turned to leave. "Why did you return Storm's Rest Castle to him?" Arriving at the guest room that Jon had prepared for Targaryen, Aegon finally began to vent his dissatisfaction. "Stannis didn't agree, did he?" Tyrion propped up his chin and said absent-mindedly. "What if he agrees?" "He won't. I know that guy's personality. He's stubborn as hell. Tyrion frowned. What if? Aegon did not let it go. Sir Andor Royce advised, Your Majesty, didn't you notice? After Lord Tyrion offered generous terms of surrender, Stannis's vassals were moved. Even the Onion Knight got into an argument with him. With one sentence, he caused the enemy's morale to drop. We are almost standing on the edge of victory. Aegon waved his arms subconsciously. If it were me, I would definitely surrender. Finally, he said helplessly. That woman's body, did you burn it? The dwarf suddenly looked at Count Meiji. Melisandre? Meiji was stunned. She nodded and said, after confirming her identity, I burned it in the forest of divine trees. Other than a few rubies, there was nothing left. Stannis didn't object. The dwarf asked again. Of course he didn't agree. But this is Winterfell. We have more people, Big John said. Erlu only had 3,000 mercenaries left. There were 300 blazing Red Heart Knights. The 1,000 or so clansmen and nobles of the Northern Territory who had followed him previously returned to the King of the Northern Territory after taking down Winterfell. On Aegon's side, there were 2,000 elite knights from the valley and the river, as well as close to 12,000 northerners. Jon had brought back 6,000 men from the Great Wall. After that, he had gathered the clansmen and clansmen of the nobles, as well as the captives who were not of the Bolton family after taking down Winterfell. If Jon was willing to continue losing his integrity and completely abandon his oath, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. He could have just used his army. Not to mention Melisandre, even if Erlu had 100 red-robed women to form a group of mages, it wouldn't have been enough. The dwarf also wanted his younger brother to lose his integrity. If necessary, Jon was willing to continue losing his integrity. But now, seeing that his brother-in-law had a 90% chance of winning without his help, he wanted to leave a fig leaf to cover his crotch. Before long, Jon brought Erlu's decision to his brother-in-law. He's unwilling to surrender. He ordered the entire army to be on alert and seal off West Castle. As for Lady Brittany, if he wins, she'll die. If he loses, she'll reap the glory. Winterfell was a rectangle. The Godswood Forest, the Great Hall, the Lord's Castle, and the guest quarters were separated by the inner wall and the tower, each occupying a corner of the rectangle. Of course, they were an organic whole and could be interconnected under normal circumstances. Erlu's guest quarters not only had a bedroom, but also a drill ground, a stable, a kennel, a blacksmith's shop, a kitchen, and a library. It was very large and was separated from the main castle into the east and west castles. At this moment, Erlu had sealed off the entire west castle, intending to defend the city. What's he thinking? He has no chance of winning, Aegon said in disbelief. Stannis is determined. Think about it. He led 3,000 tired and hungry soldiers through thousands of kilometers of rugged mountains and bottomless snowy forests. He had almost no supplies, but he still dared to attack the heavily guarded Winterfell, Jon said with a sigh. He started to regret saving Erlu. He shouldn't have let Skinner skin him. They wouldn't have been in so much trouble. How's his morale? Andor Royce asked. Poor, very poor. The mercenaries didn't see any hope of victory and started to slack off. Half of the Blazing Knights were disappointed and lost their spirit. Perhaps he's used to it. When he attacked Winterfell, the soldiers were so hungry that they started to kill their comrades for meat. Their morale was 10 times lower than now. But the general is the courage of the soldiers. When they see the king leading the charge, the soldiers' morale will be boosted. Don't be suspicious, Stannis always leads the charge. He's braver than anyone else, Jon said with a frown. There's such a tenacious person in the world. Aegon was shocked and fearful. You should have known that a normal person would surrender after being defeated at the Blackwater River. Tyrion shook his head and smiled bitterly. You should have let me fight him. I have Vassar's steel armor. Aegon looked at him and complained. You don't understand. Stannis may be skinny now, but he has participated in many wars. He's a true veteran and has 100 times more battle experience than you. Have you forgotten about the Radiant Messenger? That sword can end the long night. Don't tell me he can't kill you. Even if he can't kill you, he can roast you. Tyrion raised his head and looked at Jon with a burning gaze. Do you want Winterfell to become a battlefield? You want me to help him expel you? Jon asked. Then let's fight. Aegon stood up and looked through the window at the West Castle with determination. Fight. Let's use the wildfire bullets first. Tyrion gritted his teeth. 2 days later, Aunt Dany received bad news that her nephew was gone. Chapter 678. Aunt Dany, please come back. Sansa's eyes were red and swollen. Her face was as white as a sheet as she sobbed and pleaded. What happened? Why did he suddenly disappear? Aunt Dany was also shocked. When she woke up, there were dozens of missed calls on the magic mirror. Before she could check the messages, there was another signal. Then, she heard her niece-in-law wailing, Aegon is gone. Didn't he have a cheat code recently? The 7 Westeros countries, Dorne, Valley, the Northern Territory, Hejien, and the Stormlands had all become his base. Even in River Bend, because of the oath left behind by Old Rose, Aegon could theoretically obtain the loyalty of River Bend. There were only 7 kingdoms in Westeros, and Aegon had taken care of 6 of them like a whirlwind. He was even more powerful than Aegon, the first king of Westeros. She had thought that nephew Gu could conquer the world before she could conquer the Alliance army. Then, he was gone. Wasn't this too sudden? We fell into a trap. That cunning Stannis set a trap for Aegon. Sansa's tear-stained face was twisted with hatred. You really went to find trouble with Stannis? Are you crazy? You didn't attack King's Landing and went to the Northern Territory to fight with Stannis? Dany said in disbelief. Aunt Dany knew that her nephew was going to attack the Northern Territory. However, it was only a 2,000-man army with only one goal, to help Stark take down Winterfell. Aegon's focus should be on King's Landing. Looking at his 2 main forces at the moment, the 20,000 men from the valley in the north had already passed through the Blood Gate, crossed the Trident River, and entered the King's Landing. Even the vanguard was close to the foot of the King's Landing. The 25,000 men from the Golden Regiment, the Land of Storms, and Dorne had already arrived at the King's Landing half a month ago, crossed the Kingswood, and set up camp by the Blackwater River, looking across the river from the King's Landing. The battle at King's Landing was about to break out. Aegon had the absolute advantage of 45,000 men surrounding King's Landing from the north and south. At King's Landing, there were only 10,000 Lion Army soldiers and 10,000 River Bend Army soldiers left. If Aunt Dany received the news of her nephew ascending to the Iron Throne, she wouldn't be surprised at all. At this critical moment, that guy actually went to the northern region to cause trouble for Erlu? And he even disappeared. Aunt Dany, Stannis has the support of the Iron Treasury. We can't raise a tiger, so we should get rid of him before the tens of thousands of mercenaries from Bravos arrive. Her niece-in-law rambled on and told her the whole process of how they planned to kill Erlu. When Brittany asked to see Erlu, she wanted to kill him. If she was sure that Erlu really murdered Renly, Brittany would have rushed up and killed him if she had the chance. She wasn't afraid of death. However, although Erlu kept on quibbling, his tone and expression were flawless. Of course, there were no flaws. He really thought that she had nothing to do with Renly's death. Brittany was a little uncertain. Erlu had 5 knights by his side, and he himself wasn't weak, so she turned to Aunt May. The female knight really wanted to avenge Renly. That was her oath. Erlu was the mastermind, and Aunt May was just a knife. If she wanted to exchange a life for a life, of course she had to exchange Erlu's life. After learning the truth from Aunt May, Brittany didn't hesitate to carry out Tyrion's secret order. Yes, Tyrion was behind all of this. That guy was good at analyzing people's hearts, and even better at using human nature. He completely understood Brittany's personality, and she was controlled by him like a puppet. Just like how he saw through John's character and persuaded him to betray Erlu for Lumberjack, the basis for Brittany to assassinate Stannis or Aunt May was that John was on Aegon's side. If you want to kill Erlu, you have to get rid of the red robe first. Aunt Dany nodded in agreement. There's no problem with this idea, and the dwarf's plan is even more flawless. If it fails, it'll just be a personal grudge between Brittany and Erlu. Tyrion, of course, considered the possibility of failure. In fact, he thought that there was an 80% chance of failure. If it failed, he would persuade Aegon to temporarily give up on killing Erlu and focus on the King's Landing battle. At first, the dwarf didn't want Aegon to interfere in the affairs of the Northern Territory, and he didn't agree to be enemies with Erlu. He didn't think Erlu would be a threat. However, Sansa even sacrificed her babies. Aegon was determined to be a good husband and father, so of course he had to rescue Winterfell. After taking Winterfell, if he didn't kill Erlu, Aegon and Sansa wouldn't be at ease. The dwarf had no choice but to design the safest plan according to the king's goal. To be honest, if Brittany's assassination failed, the dwarf would heave a sigh of relief and immediately attack King's Landing, take down the Whore Sister, and save the crazy Lannister. Unfortunately, Brittany succeeded. As Jon said, no matter how powerful a wizard was, as long as a knight got close to him, there was a possibility of him being killed. The tile steel sword was a powerful weapon to destroy evil. At that moment, the dwarf was overjoyed. He opposed Aegon and Sansa's plan to kill Erlu because the risks and rewards were disproportionate. If they could really kill Erlu and save tens of thousands of mercenaries in the future, he would be even happier. However, the plan is good. What happened? Aunt Dany asked curiously. Other than the possibility of losing a set of precious tile steel armor, the dwarf's plan was perfect. At least it was stable and there wasn't much risk. King Aegon sat steadily on Mount Tai, quietly watching the situation change. The little devil twirled the chess pieces lightly, using the 7 kingdoms as a chessboard. Brittany killed Melisandre, and we officially declared war with Stannis. But when Aegon and Tyrion were riding on dragons to throw wildfire bombs, Melisandre suddenly appeared. With just one move, she burned Balerian's eyes and burned through his wings. Aegon and Balerion fell from the sky, sob sob sob. Don't cry, let's finish the story first, my aunt is listening intently. Sigh, I told you not to provoke Melisandre, but you didn't listen. Aunt Dany also rubbed her red eyes and choked with sobs. Wah wah wah. The niece-in-law remembered her aunt's warning that day. Sadness came from her heart, and regret came from her brain. She started to cry loudly. Don't cry. When I'm done with the war with the Alliance, I'll go and find Stannis for an explanation. Aunt Dany comforted the widow sadly. Sansa looked up at her tear-stained face and begged, Aunt Dany, please come back. Aegon isn't dead yet. He's waiting for you to save him. Not dead. Aunt Dany's sorrowful expression almost collapsed. Aunt was furious and scolded the crying niece-in-law. What are you crying for? Speak clearly. Sansa quickly stopped crying and quickly said, Balerian's eyes were on fire, and his wings were burned through. However, he didn't fall straight to the ground, but glided down. Aegon had the tile steel armor you gave him. Even though Balerion was on top of him, he didn't suffer any fatal injuries. He only twisted his legs. But Balerion landed on the wall, guarded by mercenaries, and was captured by Stannis together with Aegon. Ah, that scared me. It's fine as long as he's fine. Aunt Dany heaved a sigh of relief and grinned. Send a letter to Erlu. I want to ransom him. Name the ransom. 100,000, 1,000,000 gold royals will do. Aunt. Sansa was so touched that she was about to cry again. After being touched for a while, Sansa said, Aunt, this is such a big matter. You should come back personally. Oh, she's going overboard again? Dani didn't say anything. She pulled open the curtains and dragged the magic mirror to the window, pointing it in the direction outside Myrene. The Great Pyramid of Myrene was 240 meters tall. Standing at the top of the pyramid, one could see the plains, rivers, and oceans dozens of kilometers around Myrene. At this time, Sansa could see the camp through the mirror. The flags were fluttering and the soldiers were like ants. The pressure of 100,000 soldiers made her feel cold even from thousands of miles away. She seemed to smell leather and horse dung. She seemed to hear war drums and the neighing of horses. See? I don't know where the 5,000 elephant soldiers went. I'm looking for them, but it's obvious that there will be a big battle here soon. Sansa said helplessly, why don't we send a megalosaurus? A smaller megalosaurus will do. Against Melisandre, a pterosaur won't be able to do anything. Won't be able to do anything? Fire witchcraft must have a distance limit. Even I can't hurt a sheep 100 meters away, let alone a pterosaur. But Aegon was at least 300 meters away from the ground at that time. Isn't that too exaggerated? Dani was horrified. How did that woman do it? I don't know. Sansa shook her head vigorously. I don't even know how she came back to life. Her head was chopped off by Brittany and her body was burned by Count Melisandre. How did she come back to life? If you don't know, let someone who knows tell me. Where's Tyrion? Tyrion is unconscious. I don't know if he can survive. Ah. Dani's mouth twitched a few times. This was good news. She wanted to laugh, but she held it back and asked, did he also fall into the dragon? No. At that time, he and Aegon were throwing bombs in the air. Tyrion's eyes suddenly spewed out a string of dark red flames, but Tyrion's Tessa was unharmed. When Aegon fell, Tyrion even ordered Tessa to land on the city wall, intending to save him. It was also then that we knew that Melisandre was not dead. She swaggered to the training ground and pointed at Tyrion. Then, as if a pot of wildfire had been poured on Tyrion, he burned fiercely. Fortunately, Tessa understood human nature and sensed the danger. She brought the charred Tyrion back to Count Murgy's camp. That's not right. Dani was suspicious. If Melisandre could burn Aegon's pterosaur, there's no reason why she couldn't hurt Tessa. How far away were they at that time? Tyrion and Melisandre? About 20 meters. Being able to burn Tyrion from 20 meters away without burning him to death, this was the effect of a normal fire spell. Burning a pterosaur from 300 meters away was simply a fantasy. A pterosaur's eyes were as big as millstones, and its wings were harder than the oldest cowhide. The elemental flames condensed by a fire spell could at most blacken the wings and sting the eyes, and it had to be at close range. Did Stannis hold a sacrificial ceremony that day? Dani asked seriously. I don't know. Was Melisandre revived, or was she not dead at all? Dani asked again. I don't know. How come you don't know anything? Dani's aunt was dissatisfied. Her niece-in-law was also dissatisfied. What's the use of knowing this? Quickly saving Aegon is the right thing to do. Dani's face turned serious and she angrily rebuked, Idiot, you don't even know the other party's background, and you want me to go see Melisandre and send Dragonfly back? You have to understand, that's the enemy, no matter how the enemy schemed against you, it wouldn't be too much. But I don't know. Sansa felt wronged. Then get someone who knows about it to tell me. Chapter 679. What did Dani Rise say? As soon as Sansa ended the call and left the bedroom, Illyrio, and the others, who had been anxiously pacing around the living room, surrounded her. She said that Melisandre shouldn't be able to hurt Balerion. She wants us to investigate what happened in Stannis' camp that day, Sansa said softly. Sigh, what's the point of investigating this at a time like this? When will she come? Illyrio stomped his foot. She doesn't have time, doesn't have time. Illyrio shouted before the queen could finish. How can she not have time? At a time like this, even if the sky falls, she should hurry back to the north and save His Majesty the King. Is there anything more important in the world than this? Sansa frowned. She was very unhappy with the fatty who was yelling. You're just a marquis without a title. What right do you have to yell in front of the queen? Also, there are many vassals of the valleys, the riverlands, and the stormlands here. Putting aside the etiquette between ruler and vassal, if you keep yelling like your son has died, won't these vassals, who are barely united, lose their morale? So much so that he even had thoughts of treason. On the surface, the true dragon alliance was under Aegon alone, but its foundation was the Dragon Queen, who dominated the world. No matter how much Aegon emphasized that there were two branches and that his actions did not represent Dany's aunt, he was able to gain the support of Uncle Finger, Prince Dowlang, the nobles of the valleys, the riverlands, and the riverlands. It was mainly because the Dragon Queen had fought against the whole world alone. It seemed that they had not lost. The first rule of power: don't stand on the side of the losers. The Westeros nobles who had no moral integrity naturally did not want to be the losers. It was bad that Aegon had fallen into enemy hands, but it was not the end of the world. The scariest thing was losing Aunt Dany's love. If the vassals of the alliance misunderstood that the queen did not care for her nephew at this critical time, what would they think? Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Sansa's eyes, and she said calmly, "You lost your composure, Marquis Illyrio." Fatty's mind was in a mess before, but when he saw the expressions of the queen and the other vassals, he immediately regained his usual cleverness. Tears seeped out of the corners of his eyes, and he said sorrowfully, "Your Majesty, this old servant is guilty. I'm just too worried about Your Majesty's safety." Seeing his natural, sincere, and loyal expression, Sansa's heart softened. She sighed and said, "I'm also worried and anxious, but it's useless to be anxious. Aunt Dany is indeed unable to free herself. The Allied army has already set up camp at the foot of Meereen City. Who knows, they might have already begun to attack the city." Then, her eyes were deep and serene as she secretly swept her gaze over the solemn but different vassals in the hall. A trace of a comforting smile hung on her face as she said, "Aunt Dany was as anxious as I was. When she first heard the bad news, she was so sad that she cried." Ah! When the nobles heard this, they couldn't help but exclaim softly. Ever since the Dragon Queen led the centaurs through the Red Purgatory, she gave off the image of a strong, determined, and sharp-edged Iron Lady. But she actually cried for Nephew Gu, this, loyalty plus 50. Cohesion plus 50. The same notification box seemed to flash above the heads of the nobles from the riverlands, valleys, and stormlands. Sansa saw everything and felt the sudden change in the atmosphere in the hall. A trace of smugness flashed in her big blue eyes as she continued. "Even though the situation at Slave Bay is critical, she still asked me to send a message to Stannis immediately. She is willing to pay a ransom to redeem His Majesty according to the tradition of the Seven Kingdoms." She will pay the ransom. 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000 gold royals, it doesn't matter. But if she dares to harm even a hair on His Majesty's head, there will only be an inch of land left for Stannis to stand on. Sir Bruce looked down at his large feet and asked curiously, "How can I stand on an inch of land?" This Bruce is not the same person as the Batman at Slave Bay. He is the cousin of Count Buckler from Bronzegate City in the Stormlands. Bronzegate City was on the road from Storm's End Fortress to the King's Landing. It was also very close to Storm's End Fortress, so his family had surrendered to King Aegon long ago. At this moment, Sir Bruce was accompanying the king, trying to get a position in the King's Guard. Sansa was a little disdainful of him because in the battle with Brittany, Bruce didn't even last 10 rounds. She glanced at him and said calmly, "He was burned to ashes by the dragon flame and then stored in an inch-large box. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and it seemed that the increase of loyalty appeared above their heads again. The limit of loyalty was actually only 100, which showed how low their loyalty was before. The old crab looked at the calm queen and the obedient ministers around him. He was shocked. How old was she? She had just experienced the tragedy of her husband being captured, and now she was like this. The old crab didn't appear here for Aegon. After the 20,000-strong army of the valley entered the king's domain, they started to loot the civilians. Dragonstone Island received several letters of complaint from the nobles of the king's domain. The old crab came to remind Aegon to restrain his soldiers. The Westeros nobles didn't seem to worry about food when they went to war. Dany went to New Guy's next door and transported food to Old Guy's a few months in advance. When Robb led the Northerners south, they didn't bring any food. They ate along the way. Where would they get food? They got food from the ground. They either provided supplies to the nobles along the way, went hunting in the forest, or were accompanied by caravans. But one of the main ways to get supplies was to rob the civilians and the local nobles. This was also why the Brotherhood of No Flag didn't differentiate between lions and wolves when they killed. As long as they encountered soldiers who entered the village, they would kill without mercy. At this moment, Aegon's army was repeating what their ancestors had done countless times. The old crab came to the valley to admonish King Aegon, not to persuade him to love the people. In the Westeros, the cost of loving the people was too high. Even if the king wanted to, he couldn't afford to. But the king had to love the nobles. The old crab advised King Aegon, "It's fine if you rob the civilians, but why do you have to harass the nobles' castles?" King Aegon was helpless. It said that soldiers are like combs. A few years ago, the land from the Trident River to the king's domain was cleaned up by lions and dire wolves. The civilians ran to the king's landing to be sparrows. "If I can't get any more out of them, I can only target the nobles." The old crab muttered, "Your Highness, Dragon Queen is proficient in Valeglia's fire witchcraft. She must have her reasons for needing information about Stannis's camp. You should immediately contact Duke Jon. He's the Winterfell Lord and is most suitable to investigate this matter. At the same time, send a letter to Stannis and convey the Queen's intentions to him so that King Aegon won't be mistreated." Sansa looked approvingly at the old crab. This was an experienced strategist. "Count Sidega is right. I'll personally make a trip to Winterfell." "No, Winterfell's situation isn't clear." "Your Highness, you can't get involved," a valley noble advised. "My king is in Winterfell. How can I not make sure of his safety? Moreover, Winterfell is Stark's home. Losing a Stark's son-in-law in the House of Stark is a great humiliation. I believe that the entire Northern Territory doesn't want Stark's eldest daughter to be humiliated in Winterfell." At the end of her speech, Sansa gritted her teeth slightly, and her expression and tone unconsciously carried a trace of resentment. She was indeed blaming Jon. Aegon was her husband. He could fail anywhere, but he couldn't be defeated in Winterfell. If she was the queen of the Northern Territory, this wouldn't have happened. The 13,000 elites of the Northern Territory and the Valley could have killed Stannis. However, Jon chose to remain neutral for the sake of illusory glory. "I didn't want to either. It was supposed to be foolproof." Jon looked exhausted. There were dark circles under his eyes. He pulled his hair and didn't dare to look at his sister's reproachful eyes. Everything that happened that day was illogical. Melisandre's head was chopped off, and her body was burned. She shouldn't have been revived. Even if she was revived, she wouldn't have been able to harm the winged dragons in the sky. Aegon didn't let his guard down. He was at a safe altitude of 300 meters. Jon was remorseful, too, and bewildered. Like Sansa, he felt that the death of Stark's son-in-law in Winterfell was the greatest humiliation in the history of the House of Stark. But what could he do? How could a vassal kill the king? Wasn't that what Wade Fry did to Robb at the Red Wedding? He couldn't learn from Wade Fry. Remaining neutral was his bottom line. Sansa looked at Jon calmly. He sat in the seat that used to belong to his father. His beard was unkempt, and his eyes were red. He felt guilty. She didn't comfort him. She still needed someone to comfort her. Dany Rise wants to investigate whether there was a sacrifice at West Castle that day, she asked. Rhaenys Bolton is dead. Sansa's expression changed. She exclaimed, Dany Rise guessed it. Jon nodded and sighed. I had my suspicions too. After asking the servants, I found out that there were burn marks on the floor of the guest room's West Hall. What about Theon? Is he dead? Sansa asked worriedly. No, Rhaenys alone is enough. He was the king of the north for a while. He has the king's blood in him. Don't doubt, the little Skinner really has the king's blood. The rules of this world were strange. If you weren't a king, there was almost no value in a blood sacrifice. But once you were crowned king, even if it was only for a day, you and your descendants would have the king's blood in their veins. Therefore, Dany suspected that the king's blood was related to fate and the fate of the nation. The reason why the little Skinner and Theon were valued by Erlu was because of the king's blood. In other words, if Melisandre is willing, she can use Theon to cast another vicious curse? Sansa asked anxiously. Don't worry, I've made arrangements. Half of the soldiers guarding Theon are from the north. Jon comforted her. We shouldn't have handed the 2 captives to Stannis. At this point, Sansa suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, did Stannis go back on his word? We agreed that the trial of Theon and Rhaenys had to be held in public. They couldn't be secretly sacrificed to the Light King. So what? Both sides fell out and officially declared war. Jon didn't think much of it. He broke his oath first, so you could naturally break your oath with him. This is Winterfell, the north. Sansa said faintly. Once again, Sansa made Jon feel like she was a stranger. He has hostages. Jon emphasized. Ransoming a captured noble is a tradition of Westeros. He can't refuse. Sansa said coldly. Then it depends on whether we can satisfy his request. I know that the north is poor, but Targaryen doesn't lack money. Dany Rise is even richer than a kingdom. Even if Stannis wants an overseas kingdom, she will satisfy him. Chapter 680. Since ancient times, there was a rule of not killing captives. But not all generals followed this rule. For example, Bai Qi the god of slaughter had cheated 400,000 Zhao soldiers. Then, how many nobles were there among the 400,000 Zhao soldiers? It was said that after the Battle of Changping, everyone in Handan, from the officials to the commoners, wore mourning clothes. The god of slaughter was indeed the god of slaughter. Be it nobles or commoners, they were all killed. But in the Westeros, if Bai Qi dared to do this, his reputation would be worse than that of the rat chef. He might even be kicked down the hole by his own brothers. The reason was simple. Nobles were the ones who led the army in war, and there were always winners and losers in war. If you could kill someone else's nobles, they could kill your vassals too. The 7 kingdoms only had 9 dukes and a few hundred earls. After a few rounds of killing, they were all dead. If the nobles were all dead, would the commoners rule the 7 kingdoms? In fact, if Qin did not have a rank 20 military merit system, there would not have been cases of killing generals. Without the military merit system, there was no way for low-ranking officers to be promoted. The generals who led the soldiers were all nobles. Even if they won, they would keep their title. Of course, if they lost, they would want to keep their original title and status. Hence, there was a need to redeem captives. This was back to the old ways of the Westeros. For example, if the Great John fought alongside Robb, whether he won or lost, whether his son died or not, he would remain the Earl of Hethfire. His title and lands would not change. Since that was the case, why not be more gentlemanly? In the era where the nobles personally rode their chariots into battle, everyone was very particular about battlefield etiquette. Not to mention killing captives, they were not even allowed to use dangerous tricks. Everyone was soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. It was the safest for the noble generals to fight head-on and have a clear and orderly rhythm. If they wanted to use tactics, even the simplest attack halfway through, when chaos ensued, who would be able to differentiate between nobles, countrymen, and barbarians? Hence, even though Aegon was in Erlu's hands, he was still safe and had a chance to regain his freedom. Just like Dany, from the moment she captured Yuluen, to the subsequent series of wars. Even if she didn't kill every single Lannister she caught on Dragonstone Island, she still allowed his family to ransom him with money. If they were alive, they would ransom them, and if they were dead, they would return their corpses for free. However, Dany had asked for too high a price on Dragonstone Island. Lannister was not willing to be a sucker, so he had only redeemed the Earl and left the rest of the men to mine on Dragonstone Island. This time, with Aunt Dany backing her up, Sansa decided that even if Erlu offered her an unprecedented 1 million gold royals, she would get her husband back immediately. According to the normal price, Jaime Lannister would only be worth 300 to 500 gold royals, or at most 1,000 gold royals. Erlu did not go against tradition. He first allowed Jon to be Sansa's representative and visit Aegon, who had a bandage on his leg, in the luxurious cell that was converted from a guest room. Then, he talked to Sansa about the ransom. "Both of my legs are broken, but I'm fine. He was still conscious when I came, and he told me to tell you don't worry, and don't injure yourself." Sansa's eyes reddened when she heard this. She wiped her tears and asked, "Is your leg injury serious?" "It's a little serious." His left leg was only broken, but his right knee was crushed. "Ah!" Sansa exclaimed. 2 streams of tears rolled down her big eyes, leaving 2 wet streaks on her white cheeks. She looked very pitiful. Jon said gently, "Don't worry." Sansa covered her face and cried, "How can I not worry? His knee is crushed. He's the bravest warrior of the 7 kingdoms. Is he going to end up like Villa?" "Villa? Who's that?" Jon was confused. "Villa Tyrell. He broke his knee in a duel with Prince Dorne Oberyn. Lady Olenna even wanted to arrange for Queen Sansa to marry Sir Villa," Brittany said. Well, Brittany was free, and Aunt May was not dead. The murderer was naturally innocent. Sansa glared at the ignorant White Knight. "You don't have to explain it so clearly. I didn't expect Sansa to have so many boyfriends when she went to the south." Jon thought to himself with a strange expression. First love with Emperor Yora, a crush on the Knight of Flowers, according to Janipal, a scandal with Villa. Sansa herself was looking forward to marrying Sir Cripple, a marriage to the imp, and a relationship with the heir Harry. Putting aside these distracting thoughts, he comforted her awkwardly. "Aegon said that you don't have to worry. He said that his aunt said that Dany Liss can heal his injury. Yeah, it's different now. There's the 7 gods, Dany. Is Dany Liss okay? How about we go to King's Landing and ask Sparrow? Let's redeem Aegon first." "I don't need money." Erlu rejected directly. The negotiation took place in the drill ground in public. The soldiers on both sides couldn't hear the details of the negotiation, but they could watch the progress of the negotiation. Jon had lost most of his credibility with Erlu. He wouldn't go to Winterfell's main hall again. Sansa didn't want to risk going to Erlu's stone castle either, even if it was her home. However, Jon was still the middleman. Erlu and Sansa each led a few knights and sat facing each other. "What do you want?" "The Iron Throne?" Sansa mocked. "Why not?" Erlu looked serious. "I'm Robert's only legal heir. According to the laws of the 7 kingdoms, the Iron Throne belongs to me. Tell that to Cersei." "I can't give you something we don't have," Sansa said calmly. Erlu's lips curled into a faint smile. "You have 2 armies, one from Valley and the other from Storm's End Castle. 20,000 mixed infantry and cavalry from Valley are approaching Twilight Valley. The 25,000 soldiers from the Golden Legion, Dorne, and Stormlands are approaching King's Landing. I need the authority to command those two armies and take down King's Landing. If you submit to me, I'll release Aegon. Jon was shocked. You've already, that's not right. Even he, the ruler of the Northern Territory, didn't know about this. How did Erlu know? Before contacting Sansa, he didn't even know about Aegon. Before Jon could ask, Sansa's pretty face contorted. She shouted angrily, "Have you gone crazy from thinking about the Iron Throne? You want us to help you build the Iron Throne and then submit to you? How can there be such a good deal? Your false king was captured by me, and this is my condition," Erlu said calmly. Royce pointed at Erlu and said angrily, "He even knows about our army's latest movements. He must have planned this beforehand. Or perhaps, the conflict that day was his scheme. We fell into his trap." Erlu's gaze turned cold. He said mockingly, "When you were plotting against me, you should have known that you would end up like this." Sansa's pupils contracted. He already knew about their plot against him. And he beat them at their own game, captured Aegon, and then took advantage of him? Who leaked the information? Sansa had a strong urge to look at her trusted aides and even Jon suspiciously, but she knew she couldn't do that. She resisted the urge and buried her suspicions in the bottom of her heart. "Tell me, what happens after I help you take the Iron Throne?" she asked softly with a hint of mockery on her lips. Erlu seemed to have a plan. Without any hesitation, he said calmly, "Aegon's bloodline is mixed up. There is no place for him in the Seven Kingdoms. He must swear to leave the Westeros forever." "Stannis, you've gone too far." Countess Medj clenched her fists and shouted angrily. A vein popped out on Sansa's forehead. The anger and resentment on her face were almost undisguised. Jon looked around. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. The Onion Knight frowned and whispered into Erlu's ear, "Your Majesty, perhaps you can give Storm's End Castle. Littlefinger is dead. You can give him Hellenberg." Erlu thought about the hand of the king's suggestion seriously. He recalled the surrender conditions the imp gave him that day. It seemed that he was more generous than himself. "I will give Aegon the title of Duke of Hellenberg, but he must be exiled. His eldest son can return to the Seven Kingdoms and inherit the title and land." Seeing Erlu's reluctant expression, Sansa's tense body suddenly relaxed. She asked with a smile, "How do you plan to deal with Dragonstone Island?" Erlu's eyes turned sharp. He said coldly, "That has nothing to do with today's topic. Dragonstone Island was occupied by Dany, but in the Baratheon dynasty, Erlu was the rightful Duke of Dragonstone Island." Sansa's smile became more sincere. She asked again, "What plans do you have for Dorne, the Valley, Hygien, and the Stormlands?" "This has nothing to do with me." "If you don't make it clear, will the vassals of the True Dragon Alliance work for you?" Erlu's jaw muscles bulged. He said in a deep voice, "I will exercise the authority of the king according to the law. Their rights and obligations will be protected by the law." "All right, I agree." Sansa nodded. "Huh." Everyone around, including Erlu himself, was shocked. Sansa nodded again and confirmed, "That's right. I agree to your conditions. I promise on behalf of my husband that we will hand over the military command of the True Dragon Alliance to Stannis. After Aegon regains his freedom, both of us will be exiled to a foreign land." "Your Highness." Mormont, Gebert, Royce, and the others were shocked. They couldn't believe it. "Sansa, you..." Jon's eyes were filled with worry. "You can go back and rest for a day. Negotiations can't be completed in a day." "No need." Sansa turned around and looked at her trusted vassals. She said seriously, "The foundation of the True Dragon Alliance is Aegon. If we don't agree to his conditions, he won't be free and the alliance will collapse." So, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but we don't have a choice. This doesn't make sense. No one has ever held a king captive as ransom. Sir Royce's face was red as he shouted at Erlu. Davos looked at his lord worriedly. His lips moved. Your Highness, he spat out a word, but couldn't continue. What could he say? Exchanging a king for a kingdom is ridiculous. The people won't accept it, and the people are angry. Stop dreaming. How could he say that? Does Aegon have a kingdom? Erlu looked at the knights and asked with gritted teeth, isn't Storm's End Castle Theon's? Or is he sitting on the Iron Throne now? He only has an alliance with a loose foundation. How can he be a king? From the moment I captured him, the so-called True Dragon Alliance was destined to be eliminated. As for the vassals of the alliance, you have already raised the banner of justice against Lannister. Now, you only have two choices. Retreat and wait for the Iron Throne to deal with you one by one. Or, join me and continue the unfinished crusade. No matter how weak His Highness Aegon's foundation is, with our support, he's 100 times stronger than you. Lannister is detestable, but if we only have two choices left, you and Cersei, we'd rather choose Cersei. Sir Royce couldn't help but say. Crack, crack. Chapter 681. In the Rebellion of the Four Kings, Renly had the support of Highgarden and Stormlands. He also had Taoist Lang watching from the back. He had 20,000 cavalrymen and a total force of 60,000. His strength was the best among the feudal lords. As the Duke of Dragonstone Island, Erlu's fief was the same as Targaryen's before Aegon conquered the Seven Kingdoms. He had Sitiga and Valerian as the main force and the small nobles on the nearby islands and peninsulas as support. He was the weakest among the 5 kings. Then, he invited Renly to eat a peach and plucked Renly's peach. He gained the support of almost all the nobles in Stormlands. Florin also led a group of nobles in River Bend. Today, the rebellion of the Four Kings seemed to be taking shape. Dragon Queen, Queen Cersei, Erlu, King Aegon, and the new young Wolf Master who wanted to be king but did not fight for the Iron Throne. Dragon Queen looked on coldly. Her gaze towards the Westeros was full of disdain. However, she was too big, and the people of Westeros didn't think that she didn't love the Iron Throne. Even though she wasn't in the Jianghu, the people of the Jianghu still spread her name in reverence. However, no matter how famous she was, she insisted on being a bystander. She could barely be compared to King Balon. The second young Wolf Master was the same as the first young Wolf Master. He had the power to influence the situation, but because he did not have a clear goal, he was very timid. Cersei was an old player. Back then, she had the help of the little devil and Tywin. This time, she had the help of her dear husband. Even so, she was still guarding the King's Landing. King Aegon had part of the Dragon Queen's fame. He had also gained the allegiance of many feudal lords. His power was so strong that it was as if Renly was alive. Erlu was still so weak. His team of a few thousand people was still dispirited. Then, Erlu used the same trick again. He invited the strongest King Aegon to eat a peach. Now, he was skillfully plucking his peaches. Giving peaches and plucking peaches, he was very familiar with this skill. But then again, just like the last time when he plucked Lon Lee's peaches, the peaches themselves weren't necessarily willing to be plucked by him. On that day, Hiding Tyrell directly led his vassals back to his residence, and a small portion of the nobles of the Stormlands also dispersed. He even relied on sending out a second peach to take down the Storm's End fortress. Even though Erlu ate the peach, the defending general of the Storm's End fortress was unwilling to surrender. Then, Erlu treated him to a peach. Today, the nobles of the Vale also expressed their dissatisfaction that Erlu had taken them away. They even said that between Cersei and Erlu, they preferred Cersei. It's obvious that the nobles of the valley don't agree with you. Brynden Tully of Hejien is Lady Sansa's grandfather, and it was Aegon who helped him take revenge. There was also the Dornishmen. They had helped Aegon because of Princess Elia, and the Golden Legion could not be bribed. Your Majesty, your idea is very good, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the masses. After the first round of negotiations, the Onion Knight expressed his concerns as soon as he returned to the guest castle. Davos, you are my hand of the king. I will not hide my thoughts from you. Erlu walked to the window and looked at the huge pterosaur that was nailed to the ground. He sighed and said, "Time waits for no man. The thing that should not have appeared has appeared." Originally, with the support of the Iron Treasury, I could have easily recruited mercenaries, and then with the support of Jon Stark, I would have gone south to the Neck. First, I would have taken down River Delta City and seized a large amount of food and wealth as military supplies. Just like what Aegon did, I heard that they had obtained millions of gold royals and hundreds of thousands of tons of food from River Delta City. This batch of military supplies is enough to cover the expenses of 100,000 soldiers for 2 years, and it would be more than enough to take down the King's Landing. Judging Walter Frye would also be able to win the hearts of the nobles in Hejien and the northern region, and gain their loyalty. Then, my 20,000 mercenaries would disembark from Blackwater Bay. I would definitely win. However, Aegon's sudden appearance not only disrupted my plans, but also directly threatened my life. So, this is my only choice, my only chance. Maybe not all of the 45,000 soldiers of the True Dragon Alliance will join me, but if half of them join, it would be enough. Actually, only a third of Renly's inheritance was inherited by Erlu. The rest had all fled. Therefore, Erlu did not want to take all of King Aegon's inheritance. Although the peach was small, it was better than nothing. Your Majesty. Davos looked at the king with a complicated expression. I'm sorry. Finally, the Onion Knight lowered his head. I'm not a qualified hand of the king, I've always hated the red-robed woman and wanted to get rid of your subordinates because she would only lead you into the abyss. But now, I'm not as useful to you as she is to you. No, Davos, it's time for you to show your talent. Erlu turned his head and excitedly placed his right hand on the Prime Minister's shoulder. He sincerely requested, I need your strength, help me. What can I do? The Onion Knight looked up and saw the anticipation and trust in the king's eyes. He was touched but also confused. Davos, don't underestimate yourself. You have a very unique charm. You've persuaded me many times when I was angry, and you've persuaded Count Mandler when the situation was extremely unfavorable. Even Melisandre was impressed by your courage and integrity. Your eloquence, insight, wisdom, affinity, and noble character are unmatched in the Seven Kingdoms. Upright people will see your merits and be moved by your sincerity. I need you to go to King's Landing and find the leaders of the True Dragon Alliance. Persuade Bronze John, the Golden Group, and Dorne Leen. Seeing the sincerity and trust in Erlu's face, the Onion Knight's eyes became wet. Your Majesty, I'll do my best, but... He turned his head and quietly wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. He said in a muffled voice, if I take a fast ship, it'll take me a month to reach King's Landing. There's not enough time. He didn't say that he could travel 1,000 miles in a day. The Westeros didn't have any official relay stations. If it was peacetime, he might be able to buy a few useless horses from a roadside inn. But now that the war was chaotic, he didn't dare to travel alone. Crippled people, bandits, brothels, unemployed farmers, wild beasts, we have it. Erlu pointed at the Black Death in the courtyard. Pterosaur! Davos exclaimed. I don't have true dragon blood, how can I ride a pterosaur? Also, Balerian's master isn't dead. How can we take control of it? Pterosaur knights don't need true dragon blood. That Aegon, I suspect that Varys swapped his relatives. At least, Tyrion definitely doesn't have true dragon blood. As for control, you have Melisandre to thank. She was able to break Dany and Rise's Holy Night seal. Erlu smiled proudly. You broke it? Davos asked expectantly. Not yet, I need a sacrifice. Sacrifice? Davos's expression changed. He couldn't help but think of Skinner, who had struggled and wailed in the flames that day. Your Majesty, you went back on your promise and secretly burned Theon to death. The people of the Northern Territory are unhappy. If you sacrifice Theon, I'm afraid that even Duke Jon will be disloyal. Theon is his father's adopted son and his sworn brother. Davos said worriedly. Disloyal? Humph, that ingrate. He's disloyal. Without his consent, would Aegon dare to attack me in Winterfell? The veins on Erlu's neck bulged as he gritted his teeth. Your Majesty, Sansa is his sister. You can't let a vassal betray his family's interests, Davos advised. Are the vassals' vows of loyalty to their king nothing? Erlu said angrily. Your Majesty, during the War of the Usurpers, you were a vassal of the Mad King. The Mad King even wanted to kill Robert and confer you the title of Duke of Storm's Rest Fort. But you didn't hesitate to side with your eldest brother. You gave up the temptation of being conferred the title of Duke and chose to cut down Timur. You shouldn't be jealous of Duke Jon. Instead, you should understand him, admire him, praise him, and rely on him. He's far more loyal to the king than you were. If you were in Duke Jon's position and Sansa was replaced by Robert, he would have led the Northern Territory army to attack us. Even if we hit 100 Melisandre, it wouldn't be enough. Erlu widened his eyes and glared murderously at his prime minister. Davos was calm and didn't avert his gaze. Crunch, crunch, Erlu's square jaw trembled as he ground his teeth. After a long while, Erlu turned his head and smiled bitterly. Only you would dare to say that. But you're right. I can't ask my vassal to do something that I can't do. If we don't sacrifice Theon, we can use his sister, Asha. Onion Knight's expression changed again. Your Majesty, Asha is the Duke's daughter. She even used a precious steel dagger to redeem herself. You can't kill her. Then what do you think we should do? Davos's face suddenly turned pale. Can we replace quality with quantity? He asked weakly. Sansa's side was also very lively. As soon as she returned to the main hall of the castle, a group of nobles loyal to Aegon immediately surrounded her and tried to persuade her. Queen Sansa, there's no precedent for this in the Westeros, Countess Meji said. It wasn't easy to form the true dragon alliance. The Iron Throne is right in front of us. We can't let a villain get it so easily. Sir Andor Royce was almost wailing. His father, Bronze John, had led an army of 20,000 in the valley for thousands of miles and finally got close to King's Landing. The fruit was about to ripen. He really didn't want anyone to take the peach. Your Majesty, you should go directly to King's Landing. Wait for us to take the Iron Throne, wait for you to give birth to a prince, wait for the Dragon Queen to end the war at Slaver's Bay. Stannis will have no choice but to release King Aegon. Count Gabe gave a wise suggestion. Sansa shook her head firmly and said, if it was someone else who captured Aegon, I might be able to negotiate slowly, but Stannis, that heretic is almost crazy. Lunatics can't be judged by common sense. Although he's a little difficult to get along with, he's not. Jon mumbled. Actually, I always thought he was crazy, Tormund, the giant's bane, mumbled. Are you really going to give up the Iron Throne and exile yourself? Meji frowned. To be honest, the Northerners didn't like Aegon that much. However, Aegon's queen was Stark, so they naturally favored him. In other words, Erlu's charisma was too low, so no one liked him. In the current 7 kingdoms, Erlu, Cersei, and Aegon were fighting for supremacy. Aegon wasn't doing well, but Erlu and Cersei were two weirdos who could turn a dog-tail flower into a crimson pearl immortal herb. Sansa glanced at the nobles in the hall and said firmly, Aegon is not only my king, but also my husband and the father of my children. For him, I can agree to any excessive request from Stannis. The nobles were filled with respect. Besides, Aunt Dany is about to end the war at Slaver's Bay. I don't believe that she won't seek justice for us. Jon and the others' faces twisted. Chapter 682. Roar, the shrill cries of the beasts reverberated throughout Winterfell. Sansa and the others looked at each other in shock. The glass windows rattled, as if the thick brick walls of the main castle were shaking slightly. Pterosaur, it's the roar of a pterosaur. Sansa suddenly stood up and ran to the window. Balerion, it's the Black Death Balerion. What did Stannis do to it? Roar. The pterosaur's angry roar was like the sound of a truck horn. It was deafening, and the people in the main castle hundreds of meters away couldn't help but cover their ears. Following that, a large number of humans began to wail and cry for help. Rumble, caw caw caw, the building collapsed, followed by the sound of falling bricks. When Jon and the others reached the entrance of the West City Castle, they had no choice but to stop. The 50-meter-long pterosaur took up almost half of the backyard. Its huge body was like a city wall. No, not a city wall, but a huge stone roller. The pterosaur was covered in blood. No one knew whether it was its own blood or the soldiers who had been crushed to death. Its wings were tattered, and it could not fly. It could only go crazy and roll around the yard like a stone roller. Its wings, which were full of holes, beat the ground and everything around it. The mercenaries that Erlu had placed in the courtyard were like grains on a threshing field, being crushed mercilessly by a huge stone roller. They used swords, spears, and crossbows to attack it, but they were unable to cause any fatal injuries. If the pterosaur touched them, they would either be flattened like mosquitoes that had their fill of blood in the summer, or like dragonflies with broken wings that were thrown into the air by children in the autumn. The blazing red heart cloak was mixed with red minced meat, greenish-brown intestines, and white bone stubble. It was spread out and printed in the black wet mud. The surrounding buildings were also affected. The stables, warehouses, and other low buildings near the courtyard were like lumps of dirt in front of the stone roller. Even after being jolted by the stone roller, they were still crushed. The huge stone castle was still quite stable. It only shook a few times, causing the glass and tiles to shatter. Cracks appeared on the walls, but it did not collapse. Dust flew in the courtyard, and the noise shook the heavens. It was like a scene from a monster movie turned into reality. 7 levels of hell. Jon's eyes widened, his gray eyeballs trembling slightly. What happened? Ha ha ha, you bunch of daring clowns, you actually want to steal my Balerion. Aegon! Your Majesty Aegon! Sansa and the other nobles exclaimed. On the balcony of the 3rd floor of the guest room castle, the crippled Aegon was being held down by several knights of Red Heart of blazing flames. He was facing the pterosaur. No one knew what he was doing. Aegon! Tears welled up in Sansa's eyes. Ignoring the danger in the courtyard, she ran to the balcony and shouted at Aegon. Sansa! Aegon lowered his head and saw his wife. He was happy at first, but then he hurriedly shouted, Sansa, leave this place quickly. Balerion has been driven mad by the red-robed woman. I can't control him either. Leave quickly. Sansa! Be careful. Jon, Tormund, Meiji, and the others rushed over with a giant shield, protecting Sansa in the center. Then, they quickly rushed into the guest room castle. The giant shield could not block the pterosaur's roller, but it could block the falling bricks, tiles, broken wood, intestines, organs, and a head that had died with its eyes wide open. Make the pterosaur stop, or we'll kill you. The pockmarked knight was furious. He grabbed Aegon's clothes and roared. Jon, Sansa, and the others rushed to the 2nd floor. Before they could enter Aegon's bedroom, they were blocked by a group of knights of Red Heart of blazing flames. Separated by a bedroom that was 40 to 50 square meters, they saw Sir Richard grabbing Aegon's collar and shouting rudely on the balcony opposite. "Bastard, even if he's a regular knight, after being captured, he should be respected as a noble. His Majesty Aegon is the king, and you treat him like this?" Big John roared. Like an angry lion, he raised his shield and rushed in. Before he charged at the Knights of Red Heart of Blazing Flames, he secretly gave Meiji, Gilbert and the others a look. Meiji and the others were really naive, unlike him, who was picky and did not understand the meaning of the look. On the other hand, Jon and Sansa almost had the same thought as Big John, take advantage of the chaos to rescue King Aegon. Jon, on the other hand, saw Big John's strange look, and saw him shrink his tall body behind the shield and charge with all his might, instead of being angry and beating people randomly. Only then did Jon roughly guess Big John's intention. He looked around in confusion, wondering if he should be sneaky for once and steal his brother-in-law out. Then, he saw Erlu leading a large group of knights and striding over from the corner. "Cough, cough, Count Amber, don't be rash. Report this to King Stannis and let him handle it." He quickly went forward and pulled back Big John, who had charged into the bedroom like a bull. Well, John Amber was a big man who was more than 1 meters tall. His body was covered with thick muscles, and he looked like a giant bear that was intimidating. He was ferocious and terrifying. He had single-handedly pierced through a team of 20 Knights of Red Heart of Blazing Flames. If Erlu had come a few minutes later, he might have been able to rescue Aegon. It was not against tradition for captives to escape from prison or be rescued by their own people. But if they were caught, they would lose the treatment of nobles. If it was light, they would be beaten up. If it was heavy, their limbs would be chopped off or even killed. After Erlu brought his men to stabilize the chaotic situation in the room, Aegon had a smug smile on his face. He said calmly, "It's useless even if you kill me. It's useless for anyone but my aunt to come. Even if I don't kill you, can't I kill it?" Erlu said coldly. Aegon's expression changed several times. He said dejectedly, "Send me down and get closer. At least let the Black Death God leave Winterfell. Your Majesty, the pterosaur has gone mad. It's too dangerous." "Don't go," Sansa said in shock. Aegon tapped his forehead and said proudly and bitterly, "Don't worry, the paladin's seal in my mind hasn't shattered. Aunt Dany was right. Other than her, no deity can take away the mounts from us dragon knights." After Aegon left under the protection of hundreds of knights, Sansa shouted angrily at Erlu, "Do you still have the honor of a noble? Nobles have the right to redeem their swords and mounts. We were talking about the ransom, and I agreed to your request. How can you steal my husband's pterosaur?" This was also the truth. Just like when Dany participated in the tournament and defeated a knight, she could choose one of the spoils of war from the other party's armor, weapon, or horse. However, as long as the other party paid the ransom, she had to hand over the spoils of war. This was because most of the time, knights wore ancestral armor that had been passed down for generations in battle. To you, it was the value of the armor itself. To a defeated knight, it had a very special meaning, even representing the family's honor. For example, Stark's ice and Bronze John's bronze armor. Old John was a traditional knight who loved to participate in tournaments and was brave enough to participate in real wars. It was impossible for him to never lose in his life, but his ancestral bronze armor had been passed down for nearly 10,000 years. After Eid's death, Tyrion had thought of returning Ice to Winterfell after the war ended. But when the rebellion of the Four Kings subsided, Robb died, and Stark had no descendants. Thus, Tywin took over Ice. Because it was against the rules and he was afraid that others would gossip, the Elder Lion secretly found Master Torb Mott to reforge the sword. At this time, not many people knew that the Oathkeeper's sword and Widow's Howl came from Ice. At least, Sansa, who had been staying in the Red Keep, did not know. She kept asking Tyrion, "Where is my father's sword?" Your Majesty Stannis, you really shouldn't have done this. Jon's expression was ugly. Erlu glared at him, his expression even uglier. A savage wearing a sealskin coat said with disdain, "When we saw the power of your red sword in Dark Castle, we all asked the Dragon Queen why she returned the sword to you and why she didn't steal it for herself. But she said, 'There are many things in the world that I love, do you want to steal them all?' A person should abide by the most basic moral principles." At that time, I secretly laughed at her for being stupid. After comparing my actions with yours today, I realized that there is such a big difference between kings. He was called Davian, nicknamed the Seal Skinner. The 2,000 savages who surrendered were led by 2 Kiliarchs, who were his and the giant's nemesis, Tormund. When the Dragon Queen activated the Red Sword, Tormund was still playing hide-and-seek outside the Great Wall, while Davian entered the Great Wall and became a Chiliarch. How dare you! Is this the attitude you should have towards a king? Erlu was speechless. His king's hand, Davos, immediately stood up to defend the king's dignity. "Bah, I am a savage from the Great Wall. The king outside the Great Wall is Mance, and the king inside the Great Wall is Dany Rise. That's what we discussed back then." Davian spat and sneered. The Onion Knight ignored the barbarian and turned to the nobles. "Let me ask you, when you are on the march to war and need to kill horses to fill your stomachs, will you pedantically keep the war horses that you captured? How is that the same?" Meiji said unhappily. "Eating is a must, but will we die if we don't ride dragons?" "Yes, we will die," Davos said seriously. The news of His Majesty Aegon's capture has not spread yet, but the 2 armies of the True Dragon Alliance are about to attack the King's Landing. If His Majesty Aegon does not arrive, the Alliance's morale will definitely drop. There may even be a risk of disbanding. That is why I must rush to the King's Landing immediately. Becoming a winged dragon knight is the best and most urgent choice. What does that have to do with us? Don't dream of the Iron Throne if you don't have the ability, Sansa said sarcastically. Davos sighed bitterly in his mind, but said seriously, "Don't forget that His Majesty Aegon's ransom is the right to command the 2 armies and your loyalty to him after he ascends the Iron Throne. If I can't complete my mission, your ransom will not be fulfilled and His Majesty Aegon will not be released. What do you take us for? Clay dolls that you can knead as you please?" Sansa's blue eyes flashed with murderous intent. Davos turned his head away, ashamed. His soul felt like it was being boiled in a pot of oil, but his face was as cold as ice. "Stannis is my king, my god. I am willing to give up everything for him. This is his only chance. I will help him grasp it, even if it means losing my honor. Your Majesty, the foundation of the ransom is profit. If you only have the right to command in name but can't command a single soldier, then the right to command is worth less than a copper coin." Even Jon couldn't help but frown. "You're making things difficult for him, making trouble for no reason. The ransom is only to hand over the right to command. Whether the commanders listen or not and whether they can take the King's Landing has nothing to do with Sansa and His Majesty Aegon. Because if they hand over the right to command and announce their self-exile, they will no longer be the king and queen of the commanders. How will they command their vassals?" Chapter 683. Like I said, the ES God King is crazy. He wants the iron chair to be placed under his butt. If he did that, the freedman would have become the king of the Northern Territory. In the past few thousand years, many Starks were captured and beheaded by our ancestors. Tormund grumbled loudly, causing Erlu and the surrounding knights of Red Heart to glare at him. Jon and the nobles of the Northern Territory were also enraged. "Duke Stark, Queen Sansa, you've misunderstood King Stannis." Davos sighed and said sincerely, "Winterfell is thousands of kilometers away from the King's Landing. By the time I obtain King Aegon's signed declaration and find the frontline commanders, they would have returned to Winterfell in a few months. Hence, we need the winged dragons to fly. If I can arrive at the King's Landing in time, no matter how many dukes support me or whether I can take over the King's Landing, it will be my responsibility. It will have nothing to do with King Aegon. But if I can only travel by boat, it means that King Aegon's transfer of command is worthless. Can that worthless thing be used as a ransom to release King Aegon? You're good at changing concepts, Sansa laughed coldly. The Onion Knight shook his head and said, let's go back to the previous question. If the army lacks rations, will you keep the warhorses of the nobles? No. Nobody is that pedantic. Similarly, if you were King Stannis, would you give up the chance to become a winged dragon knight? Aegon sat on a soft couch and was carried in by a few knights. Before the couch was turned into the room, Aegon said, the choice in a dangerous situation reflects a person's moral bottom line. When you say such words and Stannis makes such a choice, you're no different from a normal person. Humph, how can a normal person be a king? Aegon laughed coldly. Melisandre glanced at him and smiled. Anyone can say beautiful words, but when you tried to kill me, you seemed to be an ordinary person driven by the desire for power. She had been downstairs the whole time, and now she came up with Aegon and the others. The priestess' red robes fluttered in the wind like an enchanting fairy, her slender waist delicate like dancing snow. However, when she glanced at him and scolded him, Aegon's face turned pale. He didn't even dare to look at her again. Aegon was not the only one who was a little scared. When Aunt May spoke and entered the hall, Sansa and the others were all on guard and their limbs stiffened. This was a monster that could resurrect even if its head was cut off and turned into ashes. The people who had been arguing fiercely all quieted down in an instant. How is it? Can you control the pterosaur? Erlu asked expectantly. Melisandre's beautiful face had a hint of bewilderment. She shook her head and said, Dany Lilith's Holy Night Seal is very powerful. I underestimated it and thought that I could easily destroy it. Indeed, after the sacrifice, with the help of the Great Light King, I destroyed the contract seal in the pterosaur's mind with one blow. However, when I used the Light King's divine power to form a new control rune, the broken seal actually recovered perfectly. Not only did it recover, but it also. The Dragon Queen, who was thousands of miles away, noticed it and gave him a vicious blow. She even destroyed a thought that the Light King had sent down. The magic principle of the contract pterosaur came from the sheep's egg. It borrowed the power of the superior megalosaurus to suppress the inferior megalosaurus and pterosaur. Therefore, Aegon's knockoff Balerion had a thought in Blackie's mind. It was not a wandering thought. Instead, it was combined with divine power and imprinted on the pterosaur's soul in the form of runes. It was similar to Kuei-shi leaving a soul fragment on the target and then locating the target's location. Dany could also vaguely sense the pterosaur's direction, north, south, east, west, and not a specific location, through the thought. She could also transmit soul attacks through that thought. However, the sheep's eggs technique was already at its peak. It would not leave behind a flaw similar to Kuei-shi's positioning spell. The target would locate the caster based on the soul fragment on their body and counterattack. Of course, there was no perfect spell. There were only different focuses. Kuei-shi's positioning spell was precise and could project a soul clone. It was mainly used to support the prophecy spell so that it could show off in front of the mortal emperor. When Dany was still a muggle, she was so shocked that she thought he was a celestial being. The sheep's egg's contract seal was not precise at all. It was to contract the pterosaur and punish the disobedient pterosaur's soul. To put it simply, when the contract seal was triggered, Dany could detect it and transmit soul attacks to the pterosaur's mind. However, other people could not locate or attack Dany through the contract seal in the pterosaur's mind. Aunt May knew this, so she sacrificed 40 skinners and used Lalo's divine power to instantly annihilate the small contract seal, not giving Dany a chance to counterattack. It was just like what Dany did when she stole the sheep's egg pterosaur. If it was the sheep's egg, the contract seal would disappear and the pterosaur would become a normal person. Then Lalo would leave a thought to act as the dragon's soul and simulate his own contract seal. Other gods might not be able to do it, but Lalo could definitely do it. After all, the sheep's egg was taught by him. However, Dani's methods were extraordinary. When she stole the sheep's egg pterosaur, she considered the possibility that she might be robbed as well. Therefore, she modified the contract seal and made it have the immortal characteristics of the Green Prophet's soul. After Auntie May's sacrifice, the seal of contract in Aegon's pterodactyl's mind was indeed instantly destroyed. However, when she used one of our Hiller's thoughts to construct the seal of the Red God in the pterodactyl, Dany's seal of contract quietly recovered. Dany in Slave Bay was also alarmed because of this. 5 dragon spirits, the warrior armor of the 7 gods, the soul-extinguishing strike derived from the dragon slayer horn, Dany's own sword god's divinity. In an instant, an extremely bright sword light crossed thousands of miles and slashed on the newly born Red God seal. The scene was like Aunt May sneaking into Dany's house to steal something. When she opened the safe, she found a nuclear bomb with a countdown timer inside. Aunt May was not prepared. Blood flowed out of her orifices and she almost fainted. If she really fainted, she might have been killed by the pterosaur's stone roller. Lalo was a true god after all. He only used a thought to withstand the nuclear explosion. Then, the second sword light, the third, the battlefield was in the pterosaur's mind. With the 2 bosses doing this, it would be strange if it did not go crazy. Balerian's eyes and wings were injured that day. When he crashed onto the city wall, he was injured again. After that, in order to capture it, Erlu, under Aunt May's instructions, dragged the pterosaur down from the city wall and rolled it in the courtyard. Then, he ordered his subordinates to use iron rods, iron wood, and wooden stakes to nail the pterosaur's wings, tail, and feet. He even found an iron chain used to hang an anchor to lock its mouth. With this, they managed to subdue a monster that was 50 meters long. However, when it went berserk, when the iron chain broke, it raised its head and let out a sorrowful howl. The entire Winterfell trembled from the howl. The wooden stakes and iron rods were broken and fell off under the pressure of its flesh and bones. Although it was covered in wounds and dripping with blood, the pain only made it crazier. Then, the knockoff Godzilla movie, that Jon, Sansa, and the others had seen before played out. When she thought of the Red God's thought that was destroyed in the end, Aunt May's expression was unprecedentedly serious. Yes, Dany won. Her contract seal could be reborn infinitely. Lalo could do whatever he wanted. However, the damage she inflicted on Lalo's thought was really accumulating. If Aunt May had followed up by sacrificing Theon, allowing Lalo to send down another will and a large amount of god power, Dany would definitely have been expelled. However, Aunt May wanted to burn Theon. Erlu did not want to completely fall out with Jon. Continue. What happened after that? Helplessness could not help but ask. Aunt May was deep in thought. However, Jon and the others were listening in. After waiting for a long time without any follow-up, they became anxious. Come and find me tonight. I'll tell you. In front of Erlu, Aunt May gave helplessness a seductive look. Her words were unusually frivolous. Sansa was stunned. She looked back and forth between helplessness and Melisandre. Erlu was not angry. He did not even give the 2 flirting adulterers a warning look. Aegon looked at Aunt May and said proudly, "You suffered a backlash, right? When I went down earlier, I saw you wiping your nosebleed. Take King Aegon away and watch over him. Don't let anything happen to him," Aunt May said calmly. "Ha, I guessed right." Aegon could not resist being carried away. He was still laughing loudly. "Now you know how powerful my aunt is. Her strength is not limited to the Megalosaurus. Even in terms of witchcraft, she is stronger than you. So, if you make any risky decisions in the future, you better think twice. Remember, the war at Slaver's Bay will not last forever." Aegon was not a madman who would go around telling people that his aunt was Dany. The main thing was that he was afraid. He was afraid that he would be harmed by the red-robed woman. When he went down to calm Balerion, he heard Aunt May say to the flaming red heart knight, the 40 sacrifices that were burned were of poor quality. They were not as effective as the king's blood. If Aegon could not control the pterosaur, he would bring Theon Greyjoy to the Light King no matter what. When he heard that, he trembled. If he did not manage to calm Balerion, Theon would have eaten the peach. Aegon did not care whether Theon died or not. He trembled because of Melisandre's attitude of casually killing a king's blood. Theon was the Duke's only son. What a heartless person. He had to bring up his Aunt Dany to make her fear him. Actually, Aegon was overthinking. He did not need to remind him. The nobles and gods of the 7 kingdoms, including but not limited to the 7 gods and Inami, were all firewood that could ignite Lalo's glory in Melisandre's eyes. She had no scruples. She would not hesitate to burn anyone or anything. Only the Dragon Queen's nephew, Aunt May, did not dare to touch him.
Back then, even Ymont on the Great Wall, Aunt May was itching to burn him to see if he could hatch a dragon egg. However, she gave up because she was afraid of Dany. Now, Dany was dozens of times stronger than when she first came to the Great Wall. The Dragon Queen's love for her nephew was hundreds of times stronger than old Ymont. How could she dare to do it? Aegon was carried away. His threat did not affect Aunt May at all. However, Erlu and the others felt pressured. How is Balerion now? Erlu asked with a frown. His consciousness is damaged and his emotions are unstable. Aegon could only calm him down. He has been chased out of Winterfell to Wintertown outside the city. Jon's expression changed. He said unhappily, there are many northern residents in Wintertown. How can you chase the mad dragon there? A fat man with a red face said, instead of worrying about the townspeople, why don't you send people to prepare straw and large canvas tents? The pterosaur is not a megalosaurus. In his weakened state, he can't resist the cold of the north.
Chapter 684. Without a doubt, the capital of the Northern Territory was Winterfell, but Winterfell was only 300 meters wide and 500 meters long. It was large enough to be the residence of a noble lord. However, it was too small to be the capital city of a country, so it was not qualified. The real Winterfell was divided into an inner and outer city. The inner city was the castle, and the outer city was the town. Outside Winterfell, there were neat rows of houses made of logs and rocks. Along the muddy streets, there were many wooden stalls for merchants to rent. In the summer, it was empty. Only 1/5 of the houses were occupied by nearby farmers and merchants. In the winter, it was crowded with people. Even the mountain tribes from the north of the Wolfswood came over. However, they didn't build a wall outside the town. Part of the reason was that they were too poor and couldn't afford to build a wall. In Winterfell, there were many towers that were in disrepair and abandoned. For example, the place where the story began, the tower where Cersei and Jaime clattered. Of course, with Stark's 10,000 years of history, he built a 10-meter wall every year. After a few thousand years, he could build a magnificent city. However, the city required a large number of soldiers to guard it. For example, there were 3,000 golden robes at the King's Landing. Winterfell couldn't afford to have so many soldiers. Without a wall, there was no defense. After Tywin, Skinwalker, Erlu, and Jon, there were almost no soldiers left. Especially Skinwalker, who massacred Winterfell once to cover up the fact that he had burned Winterfell. Winter had arrived for almost a year, but Winterfell was empty. This winter, most of the Northern Territory residents went to White Harbor, while those who were near the Great Wall went to Mole Village. Dragon Queen gave silver coins to the night watchman every month. It was too extravagant. With thousands of night watchmen, it was equivalent to tens of thousands of silver deer. How many jobs would that create? If Dany were the king of the Seven Kingdoms, she wouldn't give land to the night watchman. The land, which was larger than the land of Korea, couldn't support 1,000 night watchmen. Though the climate in the Northern Territory was harsh, winter wheat, apple trees, and turnips could be grown. There was no shortage of cash crops and grain crops. At the end of the day, it was due to the fact that everyone ate from the same pot and specialized in different fields. If the night watchers could support themselves by farming, would they still commit crimes and be caught as night watchers? It would be better to raise them with high salaries. High salaries would lead to high consumption, and high consumption would lead to a large number of employment opportunities. With the population base, there would be no need to worry that business and agriculture would not be able to develop. Then, as a feudal lord, he would collect business taxes and agricultural taxes. From time to time, he would deal with real estate in Mole Village. Not to mention the salary of the night watchers, the king could probably earn a sum of money. So, no one in the town harmed the pterosaur. Instead, the pterosaur might have been injured by the cold, the red-faced fatty said. His name was Shomer, and he wore a scholar's necklace. He came from White Harbor, and he had thin lips, a red face, and curly blonde hair. He was a fat man just like Lord Eel. After House of Stark scholar Luwin was killed by Skinner, Winterfell didn't have a new scholar. There was even a long period of time when Winterfell was burned down by Skinner, and it was in a state of desolation. White Harbor was the richest fief in the north, and its trade was prosperous. It had frequent exchanges with the outside world, so scholar Shomer had many apprentices under him. In fact, the communication between Bravos and the north used White Harbor as a transit point. After the Dragon Queen exposed the evil side of the City of Knowledge, the people of the world knew that scholars were not good people, and so did Jon. But like all the nobles, he couldn't do without scholars. Hence, he had long asked Lord Eel for help to arrange for a capable apprentice to be a temporary worker in Winterfell. When scholar Shomer heard about this, he immediately volunteered. Lord Eel was very unhappy, but he couldn't object. There was only one scholar in Winterfell, but there were two masters. Hence, Shomer often appeared in Erlu's guest castle. Erlu burned the statues of the 7 gods and chased away the 7 gods, but he still couldn't do without scholars. The scholars' vitality was really, the pterosaurs come from the Sosros rainforest, and they prefer the hot and humid climate of the south. Of course, the pterosaurs are not ordinary creatures. If the southerners can come to the north to live, so can they. But now, King Aegon's Balerion is severely injured. If you don't want to lose the precious pterosaur, you should treat its injuries and build a shelter to protect it from the cold, scholar Shomer suggested seriously. Jon asked worriedly, will it go berserk again? This. The scholar's red and chubby face showed some embarrassment. I don't know. Our City of Knowledge, our scholars don't know much about the pterosaurs. For thousands of years, everyone knew that there were pterosaurs in the Sosros rainforest, but we've never seen one before. It's exhausted, it won't go berserk again, Melisandre said. Then he turned to Erlu and suggested, sacrifice Theon to solve the problem once and for all. Hearing this, Shomer was furious. Without waiting for Erlu to speak, he warned bluntly, King Stannis, Priestess Melisandre, you have to understand that you're only Winterfell's guests. Theon was never your captive, and you have no right to punish him. I agreed to leave him for your trial because I pledged my loyalty to you. Trial isn't the same as execution. Erlu's eyes were sharp. Are you threatening me? Jon sighed and softened his voice. Your Majesty, do you still keep your promise? He asked. Do you still keep your promise? Before entering Winterfell, Tyrion requested you to promise in front of everyone that you wouldn't sacrifice Rhaenys and Theon. Erlu stared helplessly, his jaw clenched, his teeth grinding. The Onion Knight quickly stood in front of the two and said, Duke Stark, you're mistaken. His Majesty has never thought of breaking his promise. Priestess Melisandre was only thinking from a professional point of view. Sacrificing Theon would be the best, but His Majesty has always refused. The pterosaur belongs to my husband. Does the ransom only redeem himself and not the pterosaur, armor, and weapons? Sansa said unhappily. Aunt Dany prepared the tile steel armor for Big Nephew, and Illyrio gave the black fire sword to King Aegon. They were all in Erlu's hands. However, Erlu didn't wear armor or the black fire sword. If he wanted to snatch the pterosaur, he could use time as an excuse. If he wore Aegon's armor, he would completely betray the Westeros traditions. Unless he was like Tywin and killed Aegon and Aegon's heir. Without an heir, the armor and weapons naturally didn't have to be returned. Davos looked at the determined Erlu and smiled bitterly in his heart. On the surface, he looked gentle and comforted Sansa. Your Highness, the pterosaur is too special and precious. Unless you exchange it for another pterosaur, any kind of pterosaur. Dragon Queen doesn't lack 1 or 2 pterosaurs, right? Too shameless, too shameless. Sansa's pretty face flushed red with anger. This is also a tradition. Good armor has a high ransom, and the tile steel sword has a higher ransom. Davos's face was red with embarrassment. Indeed, good armor ransom was better. But since ancient times, no one had ever used armor to redeem armor or a tile steel sword to redeem a tile steel sword. Most of the time, out of respect for the defeated, the victor not only did not accept the ransom, but also took the initiative to return the relics and bodies of the deceased to their families. For example, Ned. After Ned killed Arthur Dayne, he obtained the Dayne family's ancestral greatsword, Dawn. Tile steel swords were common, but the White Sword of Dawn was unique in the world. Ned never wanted to possess it. Instead, he immediately sent the sword to Dane City and personally reported his death and burial place to Arthur's family. Earl Dane and Ashera didn't resent Ned for killing their brothers on the battlefield. Instead, the two families established a deep friendship. Ned entrusted the mother of his illegitimate son, his lover, to Earl Dane. Earl Dane found a good husband for her, perfectly helped I'd clean up the mess, and even named his son Ned. This was the true path of the Westeros Knights under the teachings of the Seven Gods sect. But now, with an idea, the Onion Knight quickly suggested, why don't we use Tyrion's pterosaur to repay the debt? Sansa shook her head and said, Tyrion won't agree. Besides, his Tessa also has the Holy Knight's seal. You won't be able to crack it either. Tyrion isn't dead yet? Davos said in surprise. Sansa was stunned for a moment before she realized that she hadn't seen the dwarf for a long time. Is he dead? She looked at Awkward with a searching gaze. Tyrion. Awkward thought for a moment and said hesitantly, he's probably not dead yet. He didn't die at that time. Then, Awkward looked at Meiji and the others with an inquiring gaze. Yes. Probably. Maybe. Everyone pondered. Meiji scratched her head and said awkwardly, where is Tyrion? I've been so concerned about His Majesty Aegon these past few days that I forgot about him. Mormont was an honest man. Everyone had forgotten, but she was the only one who said it out loud. Poor gnome, the red-faced scholar said, Lord Tyrion has burns all over his body and is recuperating in the small sanctuary. I change his bandages every day. This was the role of a scholar. Everyone was so concerned about King Aegon that they forgot about the dwarf. However, it was the scholar's responsibility to treat the patient. Without the Lord's orders, they would do it automatically. So he's in the small sanctuary, no wonder. Jon smiled awkwardly. How's he? Stark believed in the old gods. A few thousand years ago, Winterfell didn't have a sanctuary. However, Catelyn believed in the seven gods. I'd built a small sanctuary for his wife in a secluded corner behind the main hall of the castle. Catelyn was the only one in Winterfell who believed in the seven gods. At most, little Sansa came with her mother a few times. The location was very secluded. It was no wonder Jon and Meiji had neglected the dwarf. Well, if they really cared about him, even the ends of the earth wouldn't be a distance. Scholar Thomer glanced at the red-robed woman warily. His red fat face trembled as he said, Lord Tyrion has fire-repelling ointment. It's a holy medicine for burns, but his injuries, the flames spread from the inside out. His organs are almost charred. That bad? Sansa's face turned pale as she exclaimed. Meiji quickly glanced at Aunt May and said fearfully, Tyrion's body was on fire. When he howled, red flames and black smoke came out of his mouth. I thought he was dead. Melisandre frowned and said doubtfully, he should have died long ago. How did he survive until now? Could it be that his body? The red-robed woman was never a kind person. Not to mention, Tyrion had countless reasons to die. He was a winged dragon knight, Aegon's strongest subordinate. He was very smart and was heavily relied on by Aegon. He was hostile to Erlu. He destroyed all of Erlu's efforts at the Blackwater River. He was ugly and frustrated, but he often tiptoed and peeked at her big white rabbit with a wretched look. More importantly, he dared to kill her. Chapter 685. There were usually 7 statues in the Temple of 7 Gods, representing the 7 gods of the 7 Gods Church. But Catelyn's small temple was too small to fit all 7 statues. She was a married woman, so like many women in Westeros, she chose to worship the Holy Mother. In the 7-pointed star pavilion, there was a statue of the Virgin Mary that was as tall as a real person. It was the old version of the Holy Mother. Well, the new version of the Holy Mother was either riding a dragon, standing on a dragon's back, or being protected by a megalosaurus. And Tyrion's corpse was placed on the small altar in front of the Holy Mother's statue. Oh, the dwarf wasn't completely dead, so it wasn't a corpse. But when he and Sansa entered the temple and saw the dwarf, they subconsciously thought that the charred body with blood seeping out of it was a corpse. Tragic. Really tragic. Too tragic. The stench of festering skin and the pungent smell of herbs made Sansa cover her nose with her handkerchief. She couldn't help but feel some genuine pity for him. The temple was about 15 square meters. There wasn't much space left for a statue, a feather bed, and 2 living people to enter. Tyrion, Tyrion, Jon poked the dwarf's cheeks, which were charred and revealing dark red muscles. It was wet and hot to the touch. It was like throwing a live pig into a fire and rolling it a few times. The inside was half-cooked, the skin was charred and cracked, and then blood seeped out of the cracks. He looked at his fingers, which were stained with dark red and smelly blood. But Tyrion's body was still warm, even hot, which meant that he was definitely not dead. Jon, as expected, he wasn't dead. Tyrion's eyes without eyebrows and eyelashes slowly opened, revealing a pair of dim eyes of different sizes and colors. Sansa, how do you feel? Sansa asked with concern. I don't feel good. I think I'm dying. The dwarf's expression was pained. Every word made his facial muscles hurt as if they were being torn apart. You won't die. I'll arrange for someone to go to King's Landing and ask Big Sparrow to take a look at you while he's treating Aegon's leg, Sansa comforted. Aegon. Tyrion's eyes widened as he muttered, this is really. I was so careful, but I still fell to supernatural power. Looks like the scholar's true world is really necessary. This world is filled with demigods. It's too unfriendly to mortals like us who rely on our intelligence to survive. The corner of Jon's mouth twitched as he said, you're confused. How can there be demigods everywhere? You don't understand. Dragon Queen is about to slaughter a dozen demigods. Previously, I thought that she was just bragging. Now that I met Melisandre, I realized that there really was a semi-god active in the human world. Yuluan might be a demigod as well, and you, the 7 levels of hell. Westeros are too scary. The dwarf was too agitated. As he spoke, a black liquid mixed with blood and herbal soup seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Jon really thought that the dwarf's brain had gone muddled from the fever. He comforted him, "Don't be too agitated. You're still running a fever and not very clear-headed. Once your burns are healed, we'll consider Melisandre and Yuluen. I'm very clear-headed." Tyrion suddenly reached out with his right hand that was burnt and grabbed Jon's arm. He said anxiously, "I can't hold on for much longer. There's no need to ask Big Sparrow. He won't come. Quick, send me to Slaver's Bay. Only Dragon Queen can save me. You're so badly injured. You can't just move around." Scholar Xiaomo said anxiously at the door. Tyrion tilted his head and glanced at the red-faced fatty through the gap between Sansa and Aegon. He said with a complicated tone, "Uncle Xiaomo, I have to leave. I know my condition. I can't hold on for more than a few days." "Uncle?" Jon and Sansa were both shocked. They turned to look at the red-faced fatty. "Your relatives." The red-faced fatty looked down to avoid their gazes. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "We're cousins from a few hundred years ago. I'm not even sure if Duke Tywin still remembers me. When I was an apprentice, I was Lord Tyrion's first teacher for a period of time. I only taught mathematics. It's good that you're leaving." Jon slowly told him about Stannis' condition to return Aegon to King Aegon, as well as Melisandre's attempt to steal Aegon's pterosaur. "In the end," he said, "Balerion has a master, but if the pterosaur loses its master, it'll be easier to tame it. Stannis has his eyes on you, Tessa. I'm afraid that Melisandre will harm you." "Stannis." Tyrion's eyes were bloodshot. "Tessa is my life. I'll take the life of anyone who touches her." "Where is Tessa now?" "If she can fly, send Tyrion to Slaver's Bay as soon as possible," Sansa asked. "She's resting at the base of the wall near the Forest of God's Wood. Last time, she was shot by dozens of ballistae. Fortunately, it wasn't a dragon-slaying crossbow." "She can probably still fly," Jon said uncertainly. "Jon." Tyrion's right hand that was holding Jon's hand tightened. The wound on the back of his hand split open and dark red blood seeped out. He stared into Awkward's gray eyes. "At a time like this, you have to make a choice. A real choice. Be a mature man. Don't be shackled by false glory. The most important thing now is to redeem Aegon. We'll talk about the future later." Awkward frowned and declined. "You have 10,000 people. At least you can decide the final victor of Winterfell." Tyrion stared at him with wide eyes and insisted. Jon turned his head and said helplessly, "Tell me, how can 10,000 people defeat Melisandre? You said that 5 powerful knights can defeat any magician." Tyrion's bloody hand suddenly became as hard as pliers. Jon struggled but couldn't break free. He was afraid of hurting Tyrion and didn't dare to use force. "Jon, the true dragon alliance didn't come easy. Aegon and I might only have this one chance, a chance to change our fate." "No," Sansa said anxiously. "Aegon is still in Stannis' hands. I won't allow you to take the risk. The red-robed woman can't be killed. We can wait for Dany and rise in peace." "No, Sansa. Queen, listen to me." Cough cough. Tyrion coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. He looked like he was in pain, but he insisted, "Melisandre is very powerful, but she can be killed. I'm sure she's much weaker than I thought." "You're really confused." Sansa shook her head. Jon was shocked. "What did you find out?" "Melisandre can be assassinated. It's a pity that Brittany killed a substitute." "How do you know?" "Hey, let me ask you. Are we in a trap?" Tyrion asked with a bitter smile. "Of course. They even prepared Rhaenys as a sacrifice. This means they've been waiting for you and Aegon." At this point, Jon also gradually showed a look of realization. "The assassination of Melisandre and the subsequent plans were all made by you. There were even many decisions made on the spot. Even His Majesty Aegon doesn't know the details. So there's no spy, and there's no time, but Melisandre knows everything. If it's not a spy, it can only be a prophecy. Yes, she must have predicted the life and death crisis, and then... Tyrion sighed again. He looked at the ceiling with unfocused eyes and murmured, that woman either used an illusion to make Brittany think of another person as her. Oh, many people saw her at that time. It can't be just for Brittany alone. It could be that she used a spell similar to the Faceless One to change the face of another person into her. It's also possible that she knows a doppelganger spell. The one who followed Brittany to the Forest of God's Wood was just a mental projection, just like Dragon Queen's glass candle. Considering that Count Melisandre found her body in the pool, the biggest possibility is that she used witchcraft to make another person look exactly like her. This is 10 times scarier than a Faceless One changing face. Even if his head was burnt by fire, Tyrion's mind was still sharp and accurate. It was true that Melisandre was a demigod, but she was still weak. She would die if her vitals were cut, she would die if she was fed poison, she would faint if she was hit with a stick, she would still be picked up if she was drunk. Because of her experience as a holy prostitute when she was young, she always had a sense of insecurity. Just like the Holy Grace Temple in Slave Bay, the Red God also had a female clergy. Aunt May's original name was Meryl. She was a poor little girl. She was born a slave and was bought by the Red God Temple to be raised as a skinny little horse. After she grew up, she seemed to have experienced something that left her with a psychological trauma. Perhaps, Meryl wanted to control her own fate since she was young, perhaps, it was a habit of a mage taught by her teacher, perhaps, she simply wanted to survive in the dangerous Far East. In short, after becoming an official shadow binder, Aunt May would prophesize her good and bad luck for the day at the beginning of every day. For hundreds of years, her prophecies were accurate, but she had never failed to predict her own dangers. The first time she predicted that she would die, she panicked. Her way of dealing with the crisis might be very crude and clumsy. The second time, the third time, she slowly got used to it. After the umpteenth time, she had already turned it into an art, the art of showing off. For example, Scholar Clarson, who regarded the Erlu brothers as his own son, drank poisoned wine with Aunt May. Aunt May took the antidote in advance. Then, under the desperate and fearful gaze of the old scholar, she elegantly drank the wine in her cup. Aunt May's motto was to act cool in the most relaxed and mysterious way to make others fearful. This wasn't bullshit, she really said it. This time was no exception. Aunt May predicted that Brittany would come looking for her with the intent to kill, so she arranged for a stand-in for her to kill. Then, she made a stunning appearance during the Winterfell internal strife. It was so stunning that Aegon and the dwarf peed their pants. No, they would rather pee their pants. The reality was a million times worse than that. Tyrion also accurately guessed Aunt May's stand-in technique, illusion. In the original plot, although Mans Red was arrested by Erlu, he wasn't burned to death. Aunt May secretly used another savage, Ding Dang Shirt, to disguise herself as Mans Red, and then disguised Mans Red as Ding Dang Shirt, P.S. Even Erlu was fooled, because the king of savages, Mans Red, was a follower prepared for the real child of the prophecy. The fake Mans Red was sacrificed to Lalo in public. The Night Watchers of the Great Wall, Erlu's flaming Red Heart Knights, and thousands of people were all fooled. Just like this time, when Meiji fished up the fake Aunt May's body and burned it to ashes, she didn't find anything unusual. Mans Red, wearing Ding Dang Shirt's face, wandered in front of people for a few months, and no one noticed anything unusual. Aunt May's illusion was just that awesome. However, Dany's interference meant that the above plot didn't happen at all, so Jon didn't know that Aunt May had such a trump card. Not only Jon, but even Dany didn't know. They couldn't even imagine that such a bug-like witchcraft existed in this fantasy world of low-level martial arts and low magic. Fortunately, Nephew Gu had taken this fatal blow in advance. In terms of the number one sorcerer in the Song of Ice and Fire, Aunt May was the only one. Chapter 686. Even if the little devil's speculation was reasonable, Sansa still did not believe it. Why are you so sure it's an illusion and not a resurrection? It's easy to deceive a person with an illusion, but thousands of people saw the red-robed lady. Also, the substitute died, and Countess Meiji collected the corpse. She checked the body. Resurrection is more reasonable. If she can resurrect Jon, why can't she resurrect herself? After she resurrects, she guessed that we would attack Stannis and set a trap for you and Aegon. An illusion that can deceive thousands of people is incredible, but a person who has been burned to ashes cannot be resurrected, Tyrion said. How do you know? Dragon Queen said so. I also asked Great Wizard Tam. A bitter smile tugged at the corner of Tyrion's mouth. I once asked her if she could bring my father back to life. My father was not burned to ashes, but rotted into a pile of bones. He can't be resurrected. Sansa looked at the dwarf strangely. She wanted to ask, after Tywin is resurrected, do you want me to shoot him with a crossbow again, or do you want me to slash him to vent my anger, or do you want the Dragon Queen to spit dragon flames at him, or do you want Aegon to avenge his sister and mother? Tywin had enemies all over the world. Even if he was resurrected 100 times, it would not be enough to kill him. Jon nodded in agreement. I can confirm that the Red God cannot resurrect a person without a corpse. Tyrion continued, there's one more thing. Balerion fell on the city wall. If he fell outside the city, our people can save him. How big is Winterfell? It's 300 meters wide. West Castle is even smaller, but a pterodactyl fell from a height of 300 meters. This kind of probability was like throwing a copper coin from behind and it just happened to land on the mouth of a wine bottle 20 meters away. Who would believe that it was not planned in advance? I don't believe it. Then, how can it be planned in advance? It can only be predicted. In truth, if Stannis did not manage to capture Aegon in that 1 in a million chance, he would not have won this game. By then, his knights would have lost their morale. Tyrion's analysis was logical, and Sansa was gradually convinced. It's a pity that my Moon Singer meditation technique is only at the entry level, she said dejectedly. Jon, you have a lot to do with this failure. Tyrion suddenly glared at him angrily. What's wrong with me? Jon was baffled. Earlier, I told you to be wary of Melisandre's prophecy, but you kept emphasizing that she often made mistakes in her prophecies, Tyrion grumbled. I'm not lying to you. Her prophecy is really very vague. She told me once that my sister Arya would come to the wall to find me, and I was as happy as a fool, and then I was a fool. There was indeed a girl who fled to the Great Wall, but it wasn't Arya. It was Lyanna from the House of Stark. He felt embarrassed and guilty. But why is it so accurate this time? Jon shook his head with a bitter smile. Perhaps her prophecy is more accurate because it concerns her own safety. So, this is your fault. You have to make up for it. Now that we know Melisandre's background, she will die like a normal person if her body is fatally injured, and she can't resurrect indefinitely. You have the advantage in numbers, so you can kill her. The dwarf beat around the bush and once again brought up his previous suggestion. How do you know she will die if she is injured? Jon was puzzled. She must be afraid of being hurt, so she can predict the harm others will do to her. What kind of reason is that? The dwarf closed his eyes and sighed. Dragon Queen is afraid that swords have no eyes on the battlefield, so after she got the tile steel, she immediately made armor for herself. Megalosaurus is afraid of Dragon Slayer crossbows, so the first batch of tile steel was used to make armor for Blackie's belly. I've seen through these top-level extraordinaires. Their strongest defense must be their weakness. No, Aegon is in their hands. We can't take the risk, Sansa said sternly. If we don't take the risk, the Iron Throne will no longer belong to Aegon. If the path of an emperor is smooth, won't everyone be able to become a king? Sansa hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head. If he's gone, what's the point of having the Iron Throne? We can't defend it even if we want it. Besides, we still have Aunt Dany. She will uphold justice for us. Since ancient times, there have only been fights for the throne. There has never been an emperor who gave up the country he conquered. Aegon is only her nephew, not her son. Tyrion said in a low voice. She has no son. Aegon is her only kin, her only heir, Sansa screamed. She's not 19 yet. She's healthy, so it's inevitable that she'll give birth to a child in the future. Even Aegon knows this, so he left Slave Bay. I don't care. I only want Aegon now. There can't be any risk. Sansa's face was covered in tears, her head shaking like a rattle. I hope you won't regret it in the future. Scholar Thomir applied the remaining fire-repelling ointment all over Tyrion's body. Then, he found a servant and wrapped him into a mummy with cotton cloth that had been boiled with strong wine. The mummy was placed in a small coffin with a feather quilt. The small coffin was fastened to Tessa's back with a belt. Jon arranged for Maggie, the most loyal and reliable of them all, to escort the dwarf to Slaver's Bay. Maggie could not ride Tessa, but the dwarf was not completely dead. He could give Tessa orders from the coffin. Winterfell Castle. Sansa's bedroom when she was the princess of the Northern Territory. What's going on? She was holding a half-meter-long, purple-black glass candle with silver threads. Her face was blank. A fist-sized silver moon rose from the top of the glass candle. As she waved her right hand, a thin, silvery tail appeared in the air. Sansa was contacting Dragonstone Island. Through Dragonstone Island's magic net hub, she was transferring the message to Dragon Queen at Slave Bay. She wanted to tell Aunt Dany about the results of the negotiations, as well as the news that Tyrion and Maggie were about to arrive. Did you remember the wrong password? Jon reminded her. How can that be? I don't have Alzheimer's. Then Dragonstone Island must have changed the password. Jon immediately shook his head. It doesn't make sense at such an important time. Sansa raised her head and said in shock, it's not the password. I can't find the magic net hub. Is your glass candle broken? Let me try. Sansa stopped channeling mana and passed the small glass candle to Thomir. A moment later, a ball of light the size of a basketball rose from the top of the glass candle. Half of it was black as if it had a life of its own, while the other half was a blood-red flame. Red and black intertwined like lovers, projecting a dreamy, hellish disco light in the large bedroom. Ah! Sansa's eyes widened. She could not help but exclaim. The glass candle emitted a tsunami-like mana, causing her hair to dance in the air. It was 1,000 times stronger than her moonlight. How can you be so strong? Sansa's face was pale. Her body trembled under the cold and hot mana. I've been training for longer than you. Dany, the meditation technique and fire control technique that Alice gave me are also top-notch. Jon's expression was calm. He had no intention of showing off. He closed his eyes and sensed the location of the magic net hub. He was not being sarcastic. Dany had always thought that the meditation technique that Tam gave her was too low-level. She did not know that the meditation technique that Tam had created was to build a solid foundation and level up infinitely. In other words, it had a low starting point but high potential. It was similar to the complete reality chi cultivation technique. The Chuanjin 7 were beaten to a pulp by the 5 ultimate, but didn't the old urchin cultivate the complete reality chi cultivation technique? Didn't Guo Juxia use the complete reality chi cultivation technique as his foundation? Tam was Chiu Chuji who had obtained the complete reality chi cultivation technique. After that, she saw that Dany's innate ability was not bad, so she wanted her to become Guo Jing. However, Danny Gua already had the 9-in manual, so she gave the complete reality chi cultivation technique to her nephew Yang Gua. She also gave him a sharp 9-in white bone claw, which was the fire control technique passed down from the great wizard. John Young soared into the sky. As expected, I can't sense any traces of the magic net hub, but the glass candle is fine. John said with a serious expression. Sansa's face paled. She said with a trembling voice, did something happen to Dragonstone Island? Yuluan led the giant octopus to attack Dragonstone Island and destroy the magic net hub. John shook his head slowly. Dragonstone Island's castle was built using Valeglia's stone craftsmanship. It's almost immortal. The sea monsters can't take it down in one attack. I'll send a messenger crow to ask later. Though he didn't contact Dany's aunt, Tyrion still left Winterfell before dusk. Standing on the tower's balcony, Sansa watched Tessa's figure disappear into the dark clouds. She suddenly turned to Jon and asked, "What's your relationship with Melisandre?" "She's seducing you. You can find a barbarian spearwoman as a lover, but you can't be seduced by a red-robed woman. It's not what you think." Jon blushed and shook his head with a bitter smile. "Sansa, she's a shadow-binding knight. You're a shadow-binding knight too." Jon looked around and dismissed his servants and knights. He said to Sansa solemnly, "I've seen Bran before. In the Weirwood, he became the Green Prophet." "Ah!" Sansa covered her mouth and exclaimed. Then, tears streamed down her face. She wiped her tears and smiled. That's great, that's great. He's not dead. He's still so promising. The Green Prophet, the strongest shapeshifter. Mother will be very happy when she finds out. When we find Arya, our family will be reunited. Yes, when Lady Catelyn knows, she'll be happy for us in heaven with Father and Robb. Jon gently wiped away the tears on his sister's face. He was sad but hopeful. My mother. Sansa was stunned. She swallowed the matter of Lady Stoneheart back down. Where's Bran? When will he be back? She asked anxiously. Bran is a few thousand kilometers north of the Great Wall in the land of Everwinter. It's his responsibility to guard the world portal. He won't be back for now. It's a pity that you've changed your faith to the 7 gods. You can't communicate with him in the Heart Tree. There's nothing to regret. I wasn't loyal to the old gods before. Sansa knew herself well. She asked again, what does guarding the world portal mean? I don't know. It might be related to deviant ghosts. Can you see him every day in the Heart Tree? He can only look for me. I can't contact him on my own accord. He can observe all Westeros through the trees. He can communicate with us no matter where we are. Wow, as expected of the Green Prophet feared by all supernatural beings. He's so powerful, Sansa said excitedly. She learned the Moon Singer meditation technique and knew some common knowledge about supernatural beings. That was why she sighed with emotion. However, if she could understand the difference between a 3-eyed crow and an ordinary Green Prophet, Sansa would realize that her current follower was just a little follower. Jon said with a solemn expression, Bran warned me that Melisandre wanted to steal something from me through intercourse. Even though she revived me, she harbors ill intentions toward me now. Chapter 687. Erlu was unhappy with Tyrion and Tessa's departure. Though the Onion Knight's words sounded unreasonable, he was right about one thing. If he couldn't reach King's Landing quickly, Sansa's promise of command of the True Dragon Alliance wouldn't be of much value to him. Tyrion's battle plan for Aegon was to have a pterosaur. That morning, Aegon was at Storm's Rest Fortress. At noon, he would reach Blackwater River and fly north. He could spend the night at Moongate Castle. Aegon didn't follow the main army to attack from the north and south. He had time to conquer River Delta City and go to Winterfell, but it didn't affect the healthy operations of the frontline command. After receiving Big Crab's warning to not let the army harass the nobles' castles, Aegon and Tyrion would secretly set off from Moon Gate Castle in the middle of the night. They would drop 4 to 5 tons of cheese, flour, and dried meat to make up for the lack of rations. Balerion and Tessa were the largest pterosaurs in the entire Slave Bay battlefield. They could carry more than 2 tons. If there were 7 or 8 of these pterosaurs, they would make 2 trips a day to drop supplies. The 45,000 soldiers of the True Dragon Alliance wouldn't need to go to the countryside to rob the civilians of their rations. As the pterosaurs were responsible for opening the castle gates, the True Dragon Alliance didn't bring any craftsmen or siege weapons. Hence, Erlu wanted to plunder Aegon, so he had to plunder the pterosaurs as well. Otherwise, both he and Aegon would be severely injured and forced to retreat. Only Cersei at King's Landing would benefit. Do you intend to murder Tyrion in order to plunder his pterosaur? Jon's expression became uglier, and his attitude became more irritable as Erlu questioned him. Erlu gritted his teeth and said, I won't murder anyone, but his organs are burnt and he's dead. Nobody can save him. Let him die in Winterfell and use his pterosaur to redeem Aegon's dragon. It's good for everyone. Who says he's dead? I was still chatting with him earlier. Jon said unhappily. That's what I said. Aunt May's clothes fluttered like a red butterfly. Dany Alice may be able to save him, but the price is too high and it will take too long. She may not be willing. Erlu pursed his thin lips and glared at Jon. Tyrion's relationship with her was thin to begin with, and they even had a family feud. And his action of bringing Aegon out of Slave Bay was a betrayal. If it were me, I would definitely ignore him. Sansa smiled coldly and pointed at Gordy Farland beside Erlu. If I had my eye on his sword, he would have a chance to live even though he's heavily injured. Will you fulfill my wish and not treat him but let him die, and then say, he's going to die anyway, so it's better for everyone? Tyrion's wealth is a crime, but my sword is worthless. The giant killer mumbled. Erlu stared at Sansa, his nostrils flaring. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, if that's the case, I can't give up Aegon's pterosaur. I won't give Theon to you. Jon said irritably, Count Meiji went to Slave Bay to find the Dragon Queen to exchange for the pterosaur. Can't you wait for a few days? Davos looked embarrassed and suggested, Queen Sansa is also a dragon knight, why don't you want my lady? Sansa's blue eyes widened as she said in disbelief. No, no, no. Davos blushed and waved his hand. How would I dare to make such a rude request? I want to ask, can you use your lady to send me to the front lines and wait for Count Meiji to bring the pterosaur back from Slave Bay? Asking me to be the coachman, isn't this a rude request? Sansa's eyes were spitting fire. She really wanted to call her lady over and bite this old man to death. Davos looked down to avoid the queen's death stare and said, I'll sit in the front as the coachman, and you'll sit in the back to control the pterosaur. Sansa's face contorted. Davos persuaded with a sincere expression, if we can take down King's Landing as soon as possible, we can go to the great cathedral of Baelor and ask the Great Sparrow to heal His Majesty Aegon's injuries. This sentence did not move Sansa, but it reminded her that her husband was still in their hands. I'll only send you to Twilight Valley, and then you can ride on your horse to find General Royce and the others. Sansa's lips curled into a helpless smile. If I sell them to you, how can I face the generals again? You want me to personally persuade the generals to surrender to you? No way. Davos did have such a plan, but the queen was so pitiful that he could not force it. Thank you. Davos bowed sincerely and then made a promise. Your Majesty, you have paid His Majesty Aegon's ransom. After that, he looked at his monarch with hopeful eyes. Erlu frowned and thought for a while. The Valley Army was near Rosby City, 30 kilometers away from King's Landing. It was only half a day's ride from Twilight Valley. He nodded and acknowledged the Onion Knight's promise. As long as Davos can reach the front line and see General Royce and the other generals, and then Meiji can bring the pterosaur back, I will agree to let Jon participate in supervising Aegon, just like Theon now. When we take down King's Landing, or when I fail at King's Landing, Aegon will be completely free. Of course, he will have to go into self-exile, to Slaver's Bay, to the Free Cities, anywhere, but he must leave the Westeros. Only his descendants can come back and inherit Harrenburg. Let the other ghosts live in Harrenburg. We will go to Slaver's Bay to find Aunt Dany. Just you wait. Sansa made a decision in her heart and began to summon her striped pterosaur, the second-generation lady. Before going to Twilight Valley, Erlu dictated, Sansa wrote, and Aegon reluctantly signed and stamped. They wrote 3 copies of the surrender letter. King Aegon was captured and has now surrendered to Theon Stannis Bara. All the vassals of the 7 kingdoms who had pledged loyalty to Aegon Targaryen should submit to Theon Stannis Bara. Stannis Prime Minister, Onion Knight Davos, will represent his master and receive vassals who are willing to pledge their loyalty to the front lines. Those who are unwilling can leave with their vassals, but please ensure Sir Davos' safety. Do not make an enemy out of Stannis Baratheon. Erlu was very realistic. He did not expect to take down Aegon, so all the power of the True Dragon Alliance was under his control. That was impossible. He was not crazy. He would not have such immature delusions. However, Erlu also felt that he was the only legitimate successor to Theon Bara's dynasty. After all, Tommen was dead and Cersei was married again. If the vassals of the 7 kingdoms had a little conscience, a little respect for the law, and a little traditional chivalry, they would support Stannis to ascend the Iron Throne. This idea sounded arrogant, but it was very much in line with the traditions of the Westeros. If Dany gathered the nobles of the 7 kingdoms to participate in the Great Council, Erlu could announce his right to inherit the Iron Throne. In theory, there would be no need to fight or capture Aegon. He could be elected as the legitimate king by all the nobles. Similar Great Council had been held many times during the Targaryen dynasty. For example, Dany's great-grandfather, Aegon V, competed with old Ymont and heiress Blackfyre for the throne. Aegon became the legitimate king through election. According to the traditions of the Targaryen dynasty's Great Council, Erlu would definitely become the king because he had no competitors. He was Theon Bara's only remaining heir. Illegitimate children did not have the right to inherit the throne. Therefore, Erlu's action of capturing Aegon might seem ridiculous, but it actually had a very high theoretical basis. There was only one question. Did the nobles of the 7 kingdoms have a conscience, respect for the law, and a glorious chivalry like they did in the past? Erlu felt that his king's hand could awaken the remaining conscience and sense of honor in those bastards. If not, this world would really be hopeless. Dragonstone Island, the Wyvern Tower where the Megalosaurus and Pterosaurs landed. As soon as the green and white striped dragon landed, Dr. Marwyn went over and said anxiously, 7 gods above, Queen Sansa, why are you here? Didn't you receive the messenger crow? Sansa was wearing a white lion fur coat as pure as snow. She took off her windshield, revealing her red face. Her rose petal-like lips opened slightly as she exhaled a few breaths of white air. She was puzzled. I just came from Winterfell. What's wrong with Dragonstone Island's mana network? I can't sense it anymore. Brittany was wearing white glazed armor as she helped the queen down from the dragon's back. Without waiting for the two of them to stabilize themselves, Marwyn grabbed Sansa's arm and rushed towards the entrance of the tower. His footsteps were hurried, and he looked around from time to time as if he was on guard against something. Seeing this, Sansa knew that the situation had changed. She did not ask further and only quickened her pace. After entering the Black Tower, Marwyn let out a long sigh of relief. He let go of his right hand and bowed apologetically to Sansa. He explained, the Alliance has indeed sent a team of pterosaurs to the Westeros. They even threw a few kerosene bombs at Dragonstone Island. What? Sansa was shocked and asked anxiously, "Is the situation in Meereen so disadvantageous for Aunt Dany? The Alliance can send a team of pterosaurs to the Westeros." "No, the Queen is confident of winning this great war. The situation is actually more advantageous for us." Marwyn shook his head. "If that's the case, why would they dare to split up?" Sansa did not understand. "Although we have the advantage, in the end, the Battle of Meereen is a siege. We are surrounded by the Alliance, and the attacking side secretly sent out a team of pterosaurs. Meereen will not notice it." Sansa was even more confused. After entering the hall below, she took off the white lion skin cloak and handed it to the maid. Under Marwyn's signal, she found a soft couch by the fireplace and sat down. She asked again, "The pterosaurs have come to the Westeros. After we know, won't Meereen know? No matter if they send their superior forces to surround them or take advantage of the enemy's weak air force to fight a decisive battle, the Alliance will lose more than they gain. Only 5 pterosaurs came, so it won't affect the situation much. Also, the core of the magic net was attacked by Balerion and is paralyzed. Now, we can only extract the magic power from the Earth's core, but we can't communicate with the outside world. We can't even send messages through glass candles. I really don't know how Balerion did it. However, it's obvious that the Alliance planned this long ago. We just don't know what their goal is," Marwyn said helplessly. "Balerion attacked?" Sansa exclaimed in disbelief. Suddenly, she realized that Balerion seemed to be a common name. At least, it was not only Aegon's pterosaurs called Balerion. "Balerion, the demigod of Valeglia?" she asked tentatively. "Yes, we learned the technique of building the core of the magic net from Valeglia. I didn't expect the people of Valeglia to know how to counter the core of the magic net," Marwyn said with a complicated expression. "I just contacted Slave Bay 2 days ago," Sansa muttered. "The magic net collapsed yesterday morning." Chapter 688. When the magic net collapsed yesterday morning, the bullneck doctor was even more shocked than Sansa. The magic crystal kept flashing with strange information. When he placed his hand on it, not only was he unable to read the information, his thoughts and memories were also being extracted uncontrollably. In the past, the information flow in the crystal was as gentle as a stream of spring water. Now, it had turned into a blue-black hole, crazily devouring all the information it came into contact with. It even took the initiative to steal the memories and thoughts of the person who touched the crystal ball. If not for Scholar Pylus, who saw the bullneck doctor's eyes rolling white and his body twitching like he had been electrocuted, he might have become an idiot. In fact, he felt that he had lost part of his memories, but he could not remember what he was missing. "I guess Balerion wants to find the Queen's secret through my memories. Sigh, I don't know how much he sees and how much damage he will cause to the Queen. As expected of the existence that created Valeglia's super magic civilization, Balerion's methods are too terrifying," Marwyn said with a lingering fear. Sansa was shocked and afraid. "When I contacted Aunt Dany yesterday, I realized that I had lost the connection to the magic net's core. That's why I came to Dragonstone Island to find out the reason." I didn't expect, at this moment, she also understood how much risk she had taken by riding a dragon alone to Dragonstone Island. The Alliance's pterosaur team started attacking Dragonstone Island the moment the magic net collapsed. Then, I sent messenger crows to Wind's End Castle, Sun Halberd City and Moon Gate Castle to remind you of the pterosaurs. I'm not sure if those places were attacked, but since yesterday, Dragonstone Island has been attacked sporadically. Occasionally, a pterosaur would fly over and throw a kerosene bomb. Did Dragonstone Island suffer a great loss? Brittany could not help but ask. Fortunately, the castle is made of undying obsidian. As long as you hide in the tower, you won't be afraid of the kerosene bombs. Only the magic tower, which is made of normal rock, was the main target. 2 floors were destroyed. Fortunately, the queen was farsighted and built a basement tens of meters deep in the rock. It was fine even if all the upper floors collapsed. Sigh, I don't know if the messenger crows of Dragonstone Island can fly to Slaves Bay. We have to inform Aunt Dani and let her arrange for pterosaurs to support us. Sansa was worried. Although she was not a pterosaur expert, she knew that there were 3 mainstream pterosaurs, the striped pterosaur, the swamp dragon, and the shadow dragon. Her lady was the striped pterosaur, which had the highest cost-performance ratio and the weakest attack power. If she encountered any pterosaur, there was a high chance that she would be captured. A king had already been captured. If even the queen fell into the enemy's hands, then the short-lived dynasty of Aegon VI would be too miserable. Don't worry, the queen's reinforcements will be here soon, Marwyn comforted. Dany was the first to notice the collapse of the Weave's core. Then, she contacted the Dark Star, Jiro Dane. Do you still remember the White Knight who led 80 giant ships rented from Bravos to the East Sea to pick up the barbarians? He had already completed his mission and transferred about 75,000 savages to Queen's Point on the Stone Steps archipelago. Although the task of transferring the barbarians was completed, the rental period of the giant ship was not up yet. With the idea of not wasting resources, and also considering the unknown duration of the long night, Dany also began to have sex in Queen's Corner. It wasn't just farming. It was too wasteful to rely on the sea but not eat it. Thus, the Dragon Queen Ocean Fishing Company was officially established. She also specially ordered the Old Crab to arrange for people to go to the other side of the narrow sea to hire a few hundred Ibans. Not only were the long-haired Ibans the best in the world when it came to whaling, but they were also very good at processing whale oil and storing whale meat. Iban Island was north of Ursos, located in the Trembling Sea. It was a higher latitude and was greatly affected by winter. Like the Westeros, they were used to storing food for winter. However, Iban Island's resources were far inferior to Ursos, so their fishing industry was very developed. Among the barbarians, there were also tribes that relied on fishing for a living. They split up and joined the whaling ships, starting to travel between the Trembling Sea and the Summer Sea. Jiro Dane was in charge of Dragonstone Island, commanding the fishing ships in the Narrow Sea and the Trembling Sea. Barristan led 70,000 barbarians to plant sweet potatoes and potatoes all over the mountains and plains. At the same time, he was also in charge of the fishing business in the Summer Sea. Smoke rose from Slaver's Bay, but the barbarians in Queen's Corner began to prosper and live happily. Because White Knight had the Dragon Lady's external soul coordinates, Dany was able to immediately understand the situation on Dragonstone Island through her mental projection after the Weave's central hub collapsed. This was when the advantage of Kashi's soul-marking spell was demonstrated. She could directly leave a soul fragment in the target's body. Even Balerian's global radio interference tower could not block the wired signal. Yep, Jenny had built a magic tower similar to the one on Dragonstone Island in Orlos. As long as her magic tower's power was higher than Dany's, she could use special methods to suppress or even backfire on the Weave's central hub on Dragonstone Island. If Dany was in charge of Dragonstone Island, she might be able to fight back against Balerion. However, the Weave's central hub on Dragonstone Island was Marvin, who did not have the inheritance of a great wizard. He was easily defeated. Valeglia's witchcraft is too overbearing. She actually interfered with the transmission of glass candles all over the world. It was as if Sansa had opened the door to a whole new world. For the first time, she had a better understanding of the limits of an individual's power. Melisandre's witchcraft was hard to defend against, but it was only effective in individual battles. The people of Valeglia were using magic to change the world. Marvin sighed. Even a small magic tower like Dragonstone Island can cause waves in the sea of magic. You can imagine how developed Valeglia's magic civilization was back then. They had 14 giant volcanoes. What's their goal? Sansa suddenly asked. When Marvin heard this, his expression turned awkward for a moment. His bull-like neck wriggled as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He carefully said, I'm not sure about the effect on Slave Bay, but in the Westeros, they might have two goals. First, to destroy Dragonstone Island's magic tower, and second, to capture the hostages. Capture the hostages? Who? Sansa asked blankly. The next moment, her red face turned as white as paper. She trembled as she said, Could it be Aegon? Perhaps you too. Marvin nodded. Sansa's pale face suddenly turned red. She shouted agitatedly, Why? We didn't do anything. Her shouting stopped abruptly. The bright flames of anger in her eyes dimmed. She muttered, Because of Aunt Dany, the final battle of Meereen is about to begin. The Alliance is not confident, so they want to capture us to threaten her? This is just a guess. It might not be accurate. Perhaps they were invited by Cersei. The True Dragon Alliance attacked the King's Landing from the north and south. There's no way the Iron Throne did not react at all. Marvin's words were not comforting at all. Even if they were invited by Cersei, the Pterosaur squad's goal was still the two of them. Suddenly, Sansa thought of an extremely terrifying thing and hurriedly asked, In that case, the vassals of the valley in Rosby City, the Golden Regiment on the southern shore of Blackwater, the Dornshire Cavalry Regiment, and the vassals of the Storm Land might all be attacked by the Pterosaurs? Marvin nodded and said helplessly, I've sent a letter to the nobles. They will send someone to inform the commanders. Which noble? Is he reliable? Will they make it in time? Sansa asked anxiously. She suddenly froze and shook her head with a bitter smile. I almost forgot. The True Dragon Alliance has already been broken up by Stannis. There are probably not many vassals left who are still loyal to Aegon. Marvin did not know how to comfort the poor queen. He only nodded and said, Many of the nobles in the royal domain have secret dealings with Dragonstone Island. There must be one who is reliable. When the vassals of Roseby were robbing the lesser nobles' castles in the royal domain, the vassals all sent letters to Dragonstone Island asking for help. Then, the old crab went to Moongate Castle to persuade Aegon. Today, Dragonstone Island needed the help of the nobles in the royal domain. They only needed to send a letter and someone immediately took care of it. In theory, the royal domain was under the direct control of the Iron Throne. The nobles in the royal domain should all be loyal to the Iron Throne. However, this was the way of survival for the Westeros nobles. Who in the Lion family did not know dragons? Everyone in the Dragon family also knew lions. Thud, thud, thud. The two of them were talking by the fireplace when the two brown doors were suddenly pulled open. Two figures covered in snow hurriedly walked into the front hall. The cold wind that accompanied them blew into the hall, causing the bonfire in the fireplace to roar and burn. Sansa was shocked by the cold wind and could not help but shrink her neck. She looked up and saw the grey-robed scholar Pylus and the black-armored Bronn who should have come to visit her. Greetings, Your Highness. The two bowed to Sansa before straightening up and saying with a serious expression, Something big has happened. The Pterosaur squad's target is indeed the True Dragon Alliance. The Golden Knights, the Dornishmen, and the Stormlands army at the southern shore of Blackwater have all been wiped out. The vassals of the valley have not sent any messenger crows yet. I wonder how they are doing. The Aegon dynasty had not been established yet, but it had officially ended. 7 gods. Even though Sansa had already guessed it, she still covered her face and cried out. Completely wiped out. Are they all dead? Marwyn frowned. That's not the case. Scholar Pylus shook his head and handed over the newly received letter. The letter was from Dornish Nalin. There was a lot of content in the letter, including a detailed description of the battle that happened in the early hours of the morning. Rando Tarly was the main general, leading 10,000 Riverbay cavalry, 10,000 lion helmets, and 5,000 golden robes to attack from the front. There were 10,000 golden knights, 8,000 peasant soldiers from the Stormland's nobles, 4,000 Dornishmen, and a few thousand civilian soldiers. After confirming that Aegon had been captured, the army was in a state of panic. However, the Golden Knights and the Dornishmen's performance was amazing. They did not fear the strongest general of the Seven Kingdoms at all. However, the Dornishmen had the advantage in the Dornishmen's desert environment. When they came to the hard plains, they were crushed by the Riverbay Colts who were fast and powerful. After a few clashes, the Dornishmen were not afraid of death, but they also suffered heavy losses. The Dornishmen were not even afraid of the true dragon. The Targaryen dynasty spent more than 100 years and even lost a dragon, but they were not able to conquer it with brute force. However, Dornishmen had plenty of defense, but they were severely lacking in offense. Therefore, Dowlord did not expect to take revenge with his own strength. Chapter 689. Your Highness, the striped dragons have the highest cost-performance ratio. They eat half as much as the shadow dragons of the same size, but their wide wings can double their weight ratio. The three types of pterosaurs have their own advantages and disadvantages. The Queen plans to eliminate the small and medium-sized swamp dragons and keep the shadow dragons. The mainstream dragon knights use striped dragons. I don't lack that bit of food. Sansa's brows were still furrowed. What was the meaning of talking about cost-performance ratio with the Queen? Would the regular customers of the luxury shops care about cost-performance ratio? No matter how cold the Northern Territory was, no matter how many people starved to death, Stark would not lack food to feed the dragons. Old Crab immediately said, "You are the Queen, so you don't need to fight the Dragon Knights in close combat. The shadow dragons have sharp teeth, and the swamp dragons are too cumbersome. The striped dragons with green and white stripes have a beautiful body and beautiful scales. Their speed and reaction are faster than the swamp dragons, and their weight ratio is higher than the shadow dragons. They are the nobles of the pterosaurs." Queen Sansa finally showed a smile. Although she had complained, she actually felt that the green and white striped dragons with wide wings were more beautiful. But soon, the smile on her face disappeared like a snowflake falling into a spring lake. She then pleaded to Old Crab, "Count Setiga, you are Aunt Dany's right-hand man. You are experienced and wise. Can you accompany me to Winterfell and rescue Aegon from Stannis?" What could help her was not his wisdom and steadiness, but his status and the meaning of his participation. The Dragon Queen was officially involved. This. Old Crab understood, so he hesitated. He turned to Blackie and asked, "Is the defense of Dragonstone Island important?" If Dragonstone Island was in danger, he would not be able to go to the Northern Territory. Blackie was naive and was not sensitive to politics. She did not understand Old Crab's hidden meaning. She nodded and said, "It's not a big problem. It's not a big problem. I killed a dragon knight yesterday afternoon. This is the Westeros, and there are no backup knights. One dead knight is one less knight. No matter how tight the defense of Dragonstone Island is, do you want the right-hand man of the Dragon Queen to ride a dragon and fight them?" Old Crab glared at Blackie and agreed to Sansa's request. Sansa was really pregnant. Running back and forth for thousands of miles made her very tired. They could only rest in the Moongate Castle for 1 day and 2 nights. During this period, he also tried his best to pacify the vassals in the valley, barely convincing them to calm down and wait for Aegon to escape. "We will be exiled, but can the exiled prince not return to the kingdom for the rest of his life? Will Aunt Dany allow it?" She even directly hinted to the nobles of the valley. On the way back, she even stopped at Rwanha City midway, and told her second grandpa about Aegon falling into the enemy's hands, as well as everything that happened in the last few days. Yes, Fry took over the Tully family's Rapid City. Blackfish, Blind and Tully represented his granddaughter to take over the Fry family's River Rapid City. It was hard to say who would gain and who would lose. Because River Rapids City was too rich, and it was located at an important transportation route. River Rapids City was a twin city that spanned across both sides of the Green Fork River. There was a stone bridge in the middle that connected to the tower, and it was the only bridge across the Green Fork River. Sigh, I really regret it. Sansa showed regret for the first time in front of her grandfather. I should have listened to Tyrion and taken down River Rapids City, then focused on attacking the King's Landing. I should not have clashed with Stannis, who had the help of a demigod. Even the barbaric and foolish centaurs knew to avoid witches and not interact with witches. Now that I think about it, I was really too arrogant. The queen wiped her tears and sobbed. It's not your fault. Who would have thought that there would be such terrifying witchcraft in the world? Resurrection, an illusion that fooled thousands of people, sacrifice and evil gods, it's simply. Blynden smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying the same words as Tyrion and Littlefinger that day. Now, it seems that the true world of the City of Knowledge is really the friendliest to normal people. Sansa shook her head. If there were no deviant ghosts, that would be the case. Unfortunately, without magic, even the Great Wall could not be built. Humans would definitely go extinct in the long night. Are you sure there is a long night? Blynden frowned. The Dragon Queen, Jon, the barbarians from the Great Wall, and even the red-robed woman said so. I have no choice but to believe it. 7 gods above, we have no food reserves in Hajin. Blackfish's face was pale as he turned into a white fish. Let's take care of our family first. If something happens to Aegon, there is no difference to me whether there is a long night or not. Sansa said sorrowfully. Blackfish patted his granddaughter's head lovingly and comforted her. Although there was an accident this time, at least he is still alive. No matter how crazy Stannis is, as long as he still wants to ascend the Iron Throne, he will not kill the nobles after getting the ransom. As for Hajin, don't worry, I will firmly control River Rapids City and continue to rope in the nobles of Hajin in the name of the Tully family. Other than Aegon, I will not be loyal to anyone. Although Hajin is in ruins, it will always be your and your wife's support. I have brought Count Sidega over. Aegon should be free soon. Sansa had gotten what she wanted and smiled happily. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Sansa, Old Crab, and Illyrio returned to Winterfell. When she glanced down, she was shocked to find that Erlu's West Castle was empty. The 2 winged dragons landed on the muddy drill ground. After introducing themselves, they followed Jon into the main castle. The living room was spacious and tall, with bare gray stone walls on all sides. Due to the heat from the hot springs, it was as warm as spring even without a fireplace. After the servant girl served hot milk and red wine to the guests, Jon explained, Stannis said that Winterfell has been recovered and Stark has regained control of the Northern Territory. He has fulfilled his promise to me. Now it is my turn to fulfill my obligation to him to help him ascend the Iron Throne. So, before you left with Sir Davos, he ordered his subordinates to pack his luggage. He has been gone for 3 days. Sansa was surprised. She held the porcelain cup of milk and thought for a while. She felt that Erlu's actions were reasonable. Stannis's goal was the Iron Throne. That had never changed. But obviously, sitting in Winterfell and enjoying the scenery of the Northern Territory would never allow him to ascend the Iron Throne. Unless Cersei was like Aegon and foolishly came to the Northern Territory to mess with him. Jon asked curiously. Stannis's army of thousands traveled along the King's Lane. It was very obvious in the white snow. Why didn't you see them? We didn't travel along the King's Lane. Sansa then briefly told him about the appearance of the Alliance's pterosaur squad and the destruction of the Southern Army. To avoid being ambushed, we traveled at night during the day and tried our best to avoid the main roads. I see. Jon frowned as he thought about the recent events. He felt that it was too much of a coincidence. Where is Stannis right now? Where is Aegon? Sansa asked. Seeing the dark circles under his sister's eyes, Jon's gray eyes suddenly brightened. In the closed northern territory, the flow of information should be extremely slow. He was the Lord of Winterfell. If he wanted to know about the dragon-lion battle that happened 5 days ago by the Blackwater River, he had to rely on his sister's tireless travel. How could Stannis, an outsider, know about the Northern Territory so accurately and quickly? He had this question during the negotiation that day, but he didn't have the chance to ask. She-Bear Alysanne Mormont was the Earl of Bear Island, but she had never heard of the Dragon Queen. The nobles of the Northern Territory didn't even know about the famous, martial scholar of the Honeywine River. In White Harbor, where information was the best, when the local Northerners heard the Dragon Queen's poem for the first time, they were still puzzled. Wasn't the Mad King's daughter thrown against the wall by Tywin and smashed into a pile of minced meat? Similarly, until now, there were still many southern nobles who didn't know that Erlu had gone to the Great Wall and even traveled thousands of miles to suppress the Boltons. This was the normal flow of information between the Northern Territory and the Southern Territory. However, during the negotiation that day, not only did Stannis know everything that happened outside the Northern Territory, he even knew about the current situation in the Royal Territory. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly proposed the condition to ransom Aegon, the command of the 2 armies by the Blackwater River and near the King's Landing. Jon. Sansa waved her hand in front of Jon and asked curiously, "What are you thinking about? Where is Stannis? Is Aegon still in Winterfell?" "Sorry, I was distracted." Jon smiled awkwardly and quickly said, "It's about 50 kilometers away from Winterfell, just half a day's ride. Aegon went with them to White Harbor. But don't worry, Count Gabe and Great Jon will each lead 1,000 cavalrymen and move with Stannis. After all, I swore to support him in his fight for the Iron Throne." Speaking of this, Jon's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. If Erlu worked hard and risked his life to help Stark fight against Skinner without asking for anything in return, how great would that be? Sansa forced herself to relax, but the fat spice merchant beside her was anxious. "His Majesty Aegon's legs are still injured, how can he march with the army? Let's hurry and bring him back." Sansa didn't want to bring him along because she didn't think the fat man could help. However, the fat man kept begging, his 10 fingers that were adorned with various gemstones kept wiping away tears. He was even sadder than her, the queen. "Should we go to Crabclaw Peninsula and invite Monk Meribad to help us? Although the sacred healing spell isn't omnipotent, it has miraculous effects on physical injuries," the old crab suggested. Sansa shook her head and said with slight dissatisfaction, "On the way to Moongate Castle, I specially descended to Terror Cave Castle to look for him. He said he could send Aegon there, but he wouldn't leave Crabclaw Peninsula for long. The tens of thousands of citizens of Trident River can't do without him. The king was gone, what use was there for the citizens? They didn't waste any time. After a cup of warm milk, they rode on the dragon and flew south along the King's Lane. Within half an hour, they landed among Erlu's cavalrymen. Erlu had returned the northern nobles and clansmen to Jon after conquering Winterfell, leaving him with only 300 blazing knights and 2,000 mercenaries. When Aegon's Black Reaper rampage, more than 300 mercenaries were killed, including 40 blazing knights who bravely slayed dragons. 2 small mercenary groups were frightened and ran away. After Erlu left Winterfell, he arranged for 7 or 8 blazing knights to lead 100 mercenaries to guard the dying Black Reaper in Winterfall. After hearing the news of the battle at Blackwater River, Erlu's face darkened. He bit his cheeks and ground his teeth for a while before saying slowly, "When I receive Davos' reply, I'll give Aegon limited freedom. He'll be allowed to walk freely in the camp and receive guests." Before Sansa and the others could react, Illyrio's blue beard trembled as he shouted angrily, "We've already paid the ransom. Why don't you let him go immediately? Who are you?" Erlu's eyes were sharp and suspicious. Chapter 690. After listening to Sansa's introduction of Illyrio, Erlu frowned as he sized up the fatty. Where is Varys? Did you participate in his conspiracy to confuse Rhaegar's bloodline? Illyrio was dumbfounded. His fat face turned green, white, and red. He raised a fat finger as thick as a carrot and pointed it at Erlu. He trembled as he said, "Don't slander me, and don't change the topic." His Majesty Aegon was raised by Sir Clinton and Sister Ashera since he was young. His identity was personally acknowledged by the Dragon Queen and Prince Mikhail. What right do you have to suspect him? Hurry up and hand over His Majesty Aegon. I am the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms. Erlu's gaze was as sharp as a knife. As for you, you are a foreign merchant. Why are you so actively involved in the affairs of the Seven Kingdoms? What is your relationship with Aegon that you are more anxious than Sansa Stark? I do not deny that I sponsored His Majesty Aegon to obtain a noble title and land. However, I am a righteous merchant and an old friend of the Targaryen family. It is also my dream to uphold justice for the Targaryens. Illyrio's expression was furious. His eyes were clear, and his tone was firm. He looked exactly like a persecuted and misunderstood loyal subject. Don't change the topic. Sansa waved her hand impatiently and questioned Erlu. Why don't you immediately release Aegon? I have already done as you said. The True Dragon Alliance has clearly collapsed and can no longer threaten your throne. Are you forgetful? Erlu's tone was unpleasant. I said that when Davos obtained the military command of the False Dragon Alliance, Aegon would be placed under the supervision of a third party, Jon Stark. When the matter of the King's Landing was over and you all swore to exile yourselves, I would release him. You said so at the time, but you shouldn't have taken Aegon away from Winterfell. If you leave Winterfell, how can Jon guarantee Aegon's treatment and safety? Do you think I'll stay in Winterfell forever? Stannis asked. You can leave a group of creatures in Winterfell to supervise Aegon, just like you did with the Black Death God, Sansa said. Erlu glanced at Jon and said coldly, I'm sorry, but your reputation is not worth the risk. I'm worried about you staying in Winterfell. These words were obviously directed at him. Jon was embarrassed and angry. He blushed and said, Your Majesty Stannis, aren't you going overboard? The Dread Keep has yet to be taken, and I have yet to complete my revenge on Roose Bolton, but I still sent 2,000 cavalry to follow you south. There aren't 3,000 cavalrymen in the entire northern region right now. What else do you want? Erlu said faintly, I want you to use your identity as Rob's successor to gather the nobles in Hajin County. I want 10,000 of your soldiers in the north to follow me to the south. Jon's army was made up of 3 parts, the barbarians on the Great Wall, the Rockseeds on Skaggs Island, and the private soldiers of the northern region nobles. The 2,000 cavalrymen he gave to Erlu were all from the various nobles in the northern region. The barbarians, Rockseeds, and even the crippled clansmen were all left in Winterfell. According to Erlu's plan, Jon not only had to support him to the south, but he also had to replace Sansa and rebuild the Wolf, Fish, and Eagle alliance. Robb was not only the king of the northern region. The nobles of Hajin County, including his grandfather's Tully family, had all pledged their loyalty to him. Of course, Erlu was not stupid. He had never thought of plucking a complete peach. If Jon could help him gather as many people as possible, it would be a gain. But Jon refused. He refused to send troops to the south with him and refused to write a letter to Blackfish of River Delta to persuade him to surrender. Jon was an idiot to help Erlu with all his might at this time. Blackfish was Sansa's second grandpa, but he had nothing to do with him. In the silence, Sansa suddenly asked, Where do you intend to bring Aegon to? To the King's Landing, at the Red Fort, to judge him in public and then exile him. It's a pity, Erlu's deep blue eyes showed a hint of helplessness, but it disappeared in an instant. He was expressionless, and his voice was flat and rigid as he said, Go to White Harbor and take a boat to the south. I want to return to Wind's End Fort. That's Theon Bella's clan castle. It can't fall into the hands of outsiders. The northern region had never been his destination. He wanted to gain the loyalty of the northern region's people and then lead Stark to the neck. He wanted to conquer the nobles of Hajin County in the valley, and rebuild the deer, wolf, fish, and eagle alliance with the Bucks as the center. That was his original and most beautiful wish. Of course, the current situation was not the worst. Aegon had been eliminated, the northern region had pledged their loyalty, and the Iron Treasury had given him an unlimited amount of money. He had recruited 70 to 80,000 mercenaries, and he would be able to fight his way to the King's Landing. After this conversation, both parties parted on bad terms. However, before leaving, Jon stayed alone in Erlu's tent for 15 minutes. King Stannis, I have a question. Winterfell and the King's Landing are thousands of kilometers apart. How do you know about Aegon's military plans and the exact location of the northern and southern armies? Jon asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. I have my own information channels. Erlu did not seem to want to talk about it. He was vague and evasive. Is it Scholar Thomer? Seeing Erlu's pupils constricting, Jon knew that he had guessed correctly. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Lord Mandalay's warning was right. I should have listened to him and rejected Scholar Theomer's service. I should have chosen an apprentice from the northern region nobles. Even if his abilities were not as good, at least he would have been loyal. Scholar Thomer is very loyal to the king, Erlu said calmly. But he is even more loyal to the king on the Iron Throne. Jon rubbed his numb cheeks and lamented, have you never thought about where his information comes from? The nobles of the northern region have no dealings with the King's Landing. In the past, we would not receive a single letter from the King's Landing. Even if there were letters, they would be summaries of the news. Only Winterfell has the right to receive and send out outdated political news. In fact, it was not only the northern region that did not have access to information. In this era where communication relied on messenger crows and papermaking had not been invented, the Seven Kingdoms' information flow was slow. For example, Scholar Pylus of Dragonstone Island was in charge of collecting information from the Seven Kingdoms, but the information he received was monthly. He did not know what had happened in the Moon Valley or what had happened in Moonriver Bay. Erlu's eyes flashed. He said nonchalantly, no matter where he got the information from, as long as it is true and valuable to me, it is enough. Jon's eyes widened. He suddenly realized that Theomer's motive was not simple, but he would rather let Cersei take advantage of him to get rid of Aegon. That's right. I have been in contact with the King's Landing. The messenger crows of the Red Keep brought news of the True Dragon Alliance. When I saw King Stannis, I told him immediately. Scholar Theomer's chubby red face was calm. After returning to Winterfell, Jon immediately ordered for him to be arrested and brought to the Great Hall for trial. So it was you. Sansa's expression was complicated. It was obvious that she was in disbelief, but also filled with anger and killing intent. But you are a scholar. You swore to be loyal to your lord. I did not betray Count Mandler or Duke Jon, Thomer said calmly. Colluding with Cersei is not considered betrayal. Queen Cersei is the queen of the Seven Kingdoms. The traitors are Stannis and Aegon. I am helping my lord correct his mistakes. Thomer was not ashamed at all. His voice was steady and loud, without a trace of trembling. But his calmness angered Sansa. She was so angry that her face contorted. Traitor! Execute him! Traitor! Execute him! The barbarians, northerners, and knights of the valley all shouted angrily. Silence! Jon shouted. He looked coldly at the red-faced scholar and said, Do you still remember your oath as a scholar? Ha, Lord Jon, do you still remember the oath of the Night's Watch? Siamo chuckled. Of course, you're tired from logging, and you even died once. But did I jump out from a crack in a rock? After wearing the necklace, the scholar must give up his previous name and entrust his loyalty to his lord. But I can't forget the name I have used for decades, the Omer Lannister. I know that I am from Port Lannister and have family, friends, and relatives in the Western Territory. For the sake of lumbering, I am willing to be like you. I am willing to break my oath once and die once. You can chop off my head. Jon felt as if he had eaten a fly. But the Omer was so determined and right that he could not do anything. Put on your black clothes and go to the Great Wall. He sighed. Dany patted the long crate made of fresh pine wood. She held back her laughter and said, "This is the dwarf's coffin. He is not dead yet." Meiji stood in the garden on the top floor, full of blooming flowers and fruits. She looked around and was amazed by her surroundings. "I am not dead yet." The dwarf's weak voice came from the crate. Two Unsullied stepped forward and opened the lid of the crate. Then, they carried out Tyrion, who was wrapped in a thick down quilt, and placed him on the lawn under the sun. Jichi, who had come over to take a look, suddenly covered her nose and retreated as if she had been electrocuted. "It stinks. Even the dwarf's corpse stinks." The sky-blue feathers were stained with thick yellow water and dark red blood. Like the leaves of a rice dumpling, it was sticky, and there were even threads between the quilt and the skin. A fishy and salty smell of rotten meat mixed with herbs immediately spread out. It was so pungent that it made one want to vomit. After flying in the sky for 2 days, Tyrion looked even more miserable. It was like a live chicken that had been thrown into a pot of oil and fried until it was black. Then, it was covered in a layer of expired ketchup. It was black and sticky. "Your Majesty, save me. I feel terrible. It's like there is a fire in my stomach." The dwarf's eyes, one dark green and the other dark, were wide open. His pleading and pain almost overflowed from his eyes. After old Ymont stepped forward to measure his temperature, he exclaimed, "7 gods above, his body temperature is over 45 dragon degrees." Then, he turned to Dany and said, "Your Majesty, save him. There is no medicine to cure him. We can only use a large-scale saint healing spell." Dany did not comment. She approached the dwarf and carefully felt the active fire magic power in the dwarf's organs. She took off the lobster glove on her right hand and clenched her palm towards her heart. Silently, wisps of pale yellow fire floated out from all parts of the dwarf's body and floated into Dany's palm. In a moment, a dark red fireball the size of a ping-pong ball was condensed. Fire wizard spell plus a curse. "Melisandre really wants your life." She squeezed her right hand and the fireball was extinguished. However, a dark red skull mark was left on Dany's jade-white palm. The skull's mouth was still moving up and down. Dragon spirit plus true dragon roar. The skin on her palm trembled slightly. The skull mark turned into specks of dark red dust and floated down. Before it landed on the grass, it disappeared into the air. Chapter 691. The Golden Knights lived up to their reputation as the world's best mercenary group. Even with the pterosaurs throwing kerosene bombs from the sky, they still managed to defeat the Lion Army with 70% of their HP. Well, the Lion Army in Cersei's era was at least 30% weaker than Tywin's. The Golden Knights were true professional soldiers. They were too familiar with large-scale battles and were especially good at teamwork. With 100 armored elephant soldiers as the vanguard, 500 true knights led 1,500 knight squires to follow closely behind, followed by the swordsmen and shield-bearers. Their moves were simple, but they coordinated well as if they were an organic whole. Originally, this was not a sneak attack. The Golden Knights and the Dornies were not weak. The two sides could have fought for at least 2 or 3 days and even reached a stalemate. Then, Yuluin appeared. He led 10,000 iron men and 3,000 newly recruited River Bay Iron Horsemen to attack from the back of Rose Avenue, breaking the jaws of the Golden Regiment. 38,000 versus 14,000, an absolute advantage in numbers. A two-pronged attack. And the pterosaurs threw kerosene bombs from time to time. How could the True Dragon Alliance's southern army withstand it? As for the 8,000 valiant vassals of the Stormlands, they ran away. They started to retreat as soon as the news of Aegon's capture came. When Randolph Tally beat the war drums, the Stormlands vassals threw away their last bit of restraint and ran away. The Stormlands had no loyalty to Aegon. The Golden Knights and Dornies could not stop them because the vassals led their own private soldiers and only answered to the Duke of Stormlands. No one else could control them. Well, Prince Dornies could not order any of the Stormlands' productive knights. Actually, Tyrion had already considered the possible appearance of a pterosaur squad and had countermeasures. Bronn shook his head and sighed. The northern and southern armies have Illyrio's scorpion crossbows. Even if there were 2 squads of 10 pterosaurs, let alone a squad of 5 pterosaurs, with the help of the dragon-slaying crossbows, Tyrion's Tessa and King Aegon's Balerion would be able to protect themselves even if they could not win. Uncle Finger had considered inviting the alliance to attack Aegon. Sansa knew about this and reminded her husband after their marriage. Actually, even without her reminder, Tyrion had already considered everything that Uncle Finger could think of. He had ridden a dragon to bombard the enemy at Slaves Bay many times, and had also plundered merchant ships at the Maiden of Freedom Strait. His experience was too rich, and Uncle Finger could not compare to him at all. The dwarf knew very well that the pterosaur's greatest threat to the ground forces was the wildfire bombs it threw. The pterosaurs that were carrying wildfire bombs were not as agile, fast, and high-flying as the unloaded pterosaurs. It was just like how fighter jets would lose their auxiliary fuel tanks when they participated in official battles. As long as they had the same air force, even if they did not have the numbers and could not win the aerial battle, the threat of the pterosaurs' bombs would be reduced by at least 80%. With Tessa and Balerion attacking the pterosaurs, the ground troops could hold on for at least half a month before the number of casualties reached the psychological limit of the soldiers. Not to mention half a month, with the Weave's central hub sending messages, Dragon Queen's Megalosaurus could arrive within a day. Even if she sent a team of pterosaurs, it would only take 2 days. Therefore, under the premise that they were prepared, Aegon and Tyrion were not afraid of the King's Landing colluding with the alliance. On the contrary, they were looking forward to it. If Cersei colluded with the alliance, would the Dragon Queen go crazy? Sigh, everything is too coincidental. King Aegon fell to the enemy, Tyrion was severely injured, and the morale of the True Dragon Alliance's troops in the north and south fell apart. Then, the central hub of the Weave collapsed, and a team of pterosaurs from the alliance suddenly attacked. Bronn was puzzled. He looked at Marvin and asked, looking at the results, it seems like Stannis, Cersei, and the alliance worked together to orchestrate all of this. With King Aegon's strong rise, Cersei and Stannis have a reason to work together. However, their relationship is like fire and water, and their personalities are also extremely solitary. I don't understand the current situation of the Seven Kingdoms. I don't understand either. Marvin smiled bitterly and shook his head. He then looked at Sansa. You just came from Winterfell. Did you hear anything from Stannis? No, the things that happened at King's Landing are beyond my imagination. However, Stannis wants to take over the command of the True Dragon Alliance's army, so it shouldn't be. Sansa suddenly stopped and said thoughtfully, Stannis wants to take advantage of us, and Cersei wants to solve the problem at King's Landing. However, looking at the results, it's obvious that only Cersei achieved her goal perfectly, while Stannis worked for nothing. Perhaps, after getting rid of the Golden Knights and the Dornishmen yesterday, the Iron Throne has already made a move on the vassals of the valley today. Therefore, they shouldn't be working together. However, this series of events is too coincidental. When too many coincidences come together, it can't be a coincidence. The 7 hells. Sansa covered her mouth and exclaimed. The only one who benefited in the end was Cersei. Stannis was also fooled. He just sent the Onion Knight to the royal territory today. Perhaps now. SSSS. Suddenly, the roar of winged dragons came from the sky outside the castle, followed by the cheers of "Long live the Queen" from the guards. Marvin and Bronn stood up and exclaimed in surprise, "The reinforcements are here." The reinforcements were indeed here. Black Sister Larissa rode on a shadow dragon and brought 3 ownerless winged dragons with her. The Queen has arranged for me to assist Master Marvin in protecting the core of the magic net. Of the 3 winged dragons, 1 will go to Earl Bronn, 1 will go to Earl Sedega, and the last one will be left for Tidehead Island. Earl Valerian is too young, so let him choose a family knight. I can control the magic crystal tower to fire attacks. With the help of the 3 winged dragons, it will be more than enough to defend Dragonstone Island. Black Sister did not beat around the bush and directly stated her intentions. You have the legacy of Great Wizard Valeglia. The magic crystal tower will be more useful in your hands. Marvin let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. I will protect Dragonstone Island with my life. Bronn was overjoyed and thanked her profusely. Seven gods above, I, Bronn Blackwater, am also a dragon knight. As expected, pledging loyalty to the Queen when she was still weak was the best decision in his life. Although Cersei's shameless personality was more compatible with his, and although the Dragon Queen was too righteous, benevolent, and saintly, she had a lot of flaws that made him unable to live a carefree life under her. The benefits were really great. Now, he even had a dragon. Earl Bronn, you don't seem to have a Holy Knight's seal. Larissa frowned. Not yet, but I've been working hard. Recently, I've been reading the Bible teachings that Big Sparrow gave me. Bronn patted his chest and promised. I want to read the New 7 Stars Bible, written by the Queen. What's the difference? Bronn was confused. The effect is better. Sansa was confused. Mage Larissa, you only said that you want to defend. Is the Dragon Queen not going to take care of the winged dragons? Larissa squinted her eyes and looked at the Queen curiously. She cracked a smile and said, we don't know how many pterosaurs the Alliance has sent. If the 4 pterosaurs were ambushed, it would be a huge loss for us. The Battle of Meereen is about to end. When the time comes, the Westeros will be able to wipe out all the winged dragons. Yes, that's the best way. Marvin and Bronn nodded. Sansa frowned and asked, how does Aunt Dany plan to save King Aegon? Didn't you communicate through the glass candles? Black Sister looked at her in confusion. The Queen will cover the ransom no matter how much Stannis wants. Money is not a problem. Right, how many gold royals does he want? Black Sister asked curiously. He doesn't want money. Sansa smiled bitterly and told Black Sister what happened in the past few days. This. Even Blackie was stunned. When I left, Tyrion had not arrived yet. But Stannis sure is mad. Has his obsession with the Iron Throne become a demon? Scholar Pylus's face was expressionless. He used the most rational voice to say, it's not crazy. He eliminated his strongest competitor. If King Aegon didn't go to Winterfell, he would have taken the King's Landing by now. King Aegon and Cersei on the Iron Throne are 2 completely different things. Cersei inherited the Theon dynasty. After Tommen died, Stannis became the first rightful heir to the Theon dynasty. Aegon claiming the throne was the same as restarting the Targaryen dynasty and announcing the end of the Theon dynasty. In theory, the 7 kingdoms only have one rightful king, and that is Stannis. Cersei is a fake king who usurped the throne. That's why he would rather maintain Cersei's rule and ensure that he is the rightful king. These words thoroughly explained Erlu's actions. Erlu had won from the moment he captured Aegon. Whether he could control the true dragon alliance was only a question of how much he won. Of course, this wasn't a battle between Erlu and Aegon. If he defeated Aegon, Erlu would only prevent himself from being eliminated immediately. Cersei, who had swept through the true dragon alliance, would become his greatest enemy again. Even if he killed Cersei, he still had the Church of the Seven Gods to back him up. The Seven Kingdoms would not allow a heretic to claim the throne. That's why Erlu was the only rightful king, but he was the furthest away from the Iron Throne. Unless he could really save the world from the Long Night. Sansa was worried about Aegon in Winterfell, so she didn't stay long on Dragonstone Island. But in the afternoon, two 18-meter-long shadow dragons attempted to throw kerosene bombs at the Magic Crystal Tower. Larissa rode her dragon into the sky to meet them. The other party thought that the glass candles were blocked and Slavers Bay hadn't received the message yet. They didn't expect reinforcements to arrive and were caught off guard. One of the winged dragon knights was shot in the back by Blackie with an arrow. The other knight immediately fled with the winged dragon that had lost its master. Just like that, Sansa was delayed for a while. When the sky turned dark, Sansa left the flying dragon tower under the starlight. To prevent the queen from being captured by the dragon knights, Blackie even brought a winged dragon to escort her to the Moongate Castle. Old Crab was still at the Moongate Castle. Although he was a sly old fox, he was a true believer of the Seven Gods. When Erlu burned the statues of the Seven Gods on Dragonstone Island, Old Crab even purposely covered his face with a veil to express his silent protest. Those who protested were all burned by Erlu. Hence, Old Crab could immediately form the Holy Knight's seal in front of the Great Guardian statue and become a Dragon Knight. Bless the Seven Gods. Long live the Dragon Queen. Old Crab stroked the shadow dragon's shiny black scales. His eyes were red with excitement. I didn't think that I could become a Dragon Knight at such an old age. The Allied army has at least 5 winged dragons in the Westeros. It's best if Count Sedega hides during the day and travels at night. Blackie warned and prepared to leave before the sun rose. Wizard Larissa, why are you all shadow dragons? My striped dragon seems to be much slower. Sansa wanted to ask this question when she was on Dragonstone Island. The winged dragons that Larissa brought were all shadow dragons with high speed, high attack power and infrared vision. This meant that the Dragon Queen didn't lack shadow dragons. But why did she give her niece a striped dragon? Chapter 692. Are you afraid of death? No, we paladins are not afraid of death. Cora waved his hand and explained with a red face, but we can't die so easily. For example, in addition to my identity as a Dragon Knight, I also have the position of a White Knight, the Queen's Guard Cavalry Commander, Meereen City Defense Commander, and so on. If I die, it's equivalent to the Queen losing a Dragon Knight, a White Knight, a Cavalry Commander, a City Defense Commander, and the other party's Dragon Knight is just a simple Dragon Knight, with no more important military or political positions. What's worse is that in a one-on-one Dragon Knight battle, my winning rate is not as high as the other parties. If there is a big battle, our side will be at a disadvantage. Meiji was stunned. It seemed to make sense. However, since you can't fight, why were you chosen as Dragon Knights? She only thought about this in her heart and did not ask. Because she knew the answer herself. Of course, the nobles had to choose first when it came to something as good as a pterosaur. Why can't you beat the other party? She was conflicted. Nobles should have preferential treatment, this is reasonable, but nobles should also be better at fighting. Cora said helplessly, my training time is not as long as the other parties. They are professional Dragon Knights, and we are just Dragon Knights. They gather together every day, train for at least 12 hours, and take half a day off every 10 days. We have to work a lot of the time and have no time to train, nor do we have the opportunity to gather people together for group training. Originally, we had an advantage in weapons Tyrion's crossbow, but it didn't take long for the other party to learn. In the beginning, Dany did not find any problems with her system of selecting dragon knights. She was not a nepotistic person. At this time, the foundation of the empire had just been established. Under the fair and just military merit promotion and reward system, every noble who could obtain a noble title must have outstanding contributions and were all elites that were picked out of 100. Which dynasty did not have a gathering of generals and strategists at the beginning of the country? Every noble who obtained the seal of the Paladin in Slave Bay lived up to their name without any exaggeration. But here was the problem. Although dragon knights sounded high and mighty, in fact, they were soldiers who could be consumed. High-level soldiers. But no matter how high-level a soldier was, he was still a soldier. The Alliance's dragon knights came from a higher background than the Knights of Slave Bay. Many of the dragon knights on Dany's side had been slaves before, but the dragon knights of the Alliance were all descendants of Valeglia. In terms of status, they were not far from Targaryen. However, those knights were of noble birth and did not hold any important positions in the military. Even if they died, it would not affect the normal operations of the Alliance's command system. Dany's dragon knights all had important positions. If 7 or 8 dragon knights died, then, at first, Dany didn't notice the problem, but after fighting 7 or 8 small-scale dragon battles, she suddenly realized that she had been attending too many funerals recently. After careful consideration, 5 regimental commanders were sacrificed, and 3 of them were captured by the Alliance army. Dany was alarmed, angry, and at a loss. This king swept through Slaver's Bay, ambushed Tolos, and even bombed New Gis before finally occupying New Gis. After roaming the world for so many years, not a single Chiliarch had died. However, ever since they had the Terrasor and established the Terrasor Knight Regiment, in just 2 months, their generals had fallen one after another. Then why did I come all the way to the Sosrith continent to find the Terrasor? So, our strategy is to fight with numbers and use the Megalosaurus to suppress the Terrasor. We are determined to avoid a chaotic battle and avoid one-on-one battles. We are only using the Terrasor's advantage in rapid movement and aerial bombardment, Cora said helplessly. In other words, they were giving up on the fighter jets and transforming the Terrasor into transport planes and bombers. When the Terrasor was used as a bomber, Dany still had to arrange for the Megalosaurus to escort them. Isn't this too cowardly? Even Meiji felt a little ashamed for some reason. It was as if Cora and the Dragon Knights under the Dragon Queen were embarrassed, the entire Westeros would be embarrassed as well. We are just fighting in a more stable way, not hiding in the back and not participating in the battle. When we win the final battle, who won't praise us as glorious Dragon Knights? Cora did not think much of it. As the two of them were talking, the bombing in the distance had already ended. The Black Dragon escorted the 7 Terrasors back to Myreen's airspace. The Dragon Queen also landed in the Pyramid Garden and ate a big mango. Then, she led the 7 Terrasors loaded with kerosene bombs and took off from the Dragon Cave. After nearly an hour of torment, the second round of bombardment began. I finally understand why the Allied army's camp is so far away from Myreen. 10 kilometers, it's just to reduce the frequency of you filling kerosene bombs. Meiji had a sudden realization. Then, she asked in confusion, since we are already at the foot of Myreen, why are we not attacking the city but getting bombed outside the city? When Cora heard that, his expression suddenly became extremely serious. He asked in return, did you see any elephant soldiers in the camp? Yes, I saw many giant elephants. Those are elephant carts used to transport goods. There are 5,000 elephant soldiers. The enemy did not attack the city because the elephant soldiers were not in position. Of course, it could also be that the trump card was not set up properly. Since the enemy is stalling for time, why don't you take the initiative to attack? Meiji asked in confusion. Cora shook his head. His tone was no longer so certain. The queen thinks that stalling for time is more beneficial to us. We need time to find the whereabouts of the elephant soldiers, and we also need spies to figure out what the allied army's trump card is against the queen. We also need to act cautiously and fight steadily to avoid falling into the enemy's trap. Anyway, we have no losses now, but we can use continuous bombing to wear down the enemy's morale and food. Although the bear mother was his aunt, some confidential military information was still hidden from her. For example, the Dragon Queen had vaguely guessed the location of the elephant soldiers. She was arranging for soldiers to dig holes in the city to bury water jars and listen to the sound to determine the location. For example, the weather at Slaver's Bay was getting colder. The Dragon Queen hoped that it would be colder. It would be best if it snowed, because she had some guesses about Balerian's trump card. For example, the Dragon Queen was sure that as long as she was not disrupted by the enemy, as long as the Allied army arrived at Myrene City, she would definitely win. That was because she also had a trump card. Confidential information could not be revealed, but De Xiong still introduced the well-known information to the bear mother. For example, Balerian and Jenny, the dozen or so city-states that formed the Allied army, and the true strength of the Allied army, sigh, no wonder His Majesty Aegon was captured, and the Dragon Queen did not return to the Westeros. The war here is simply beyond my imagination. Compared to the Dragon Queen's war, our war in the north is really like a small skirmish. The bear mother sighed and felt inexplicably disappointed. Cora shook his head and said, the war in the Westeros is at most fighting for the Iron Throne, but this is a battle to determine the king of the world. The two are completely incomparable. The bear mother was even more disappointed. It turned out that the Westeros were not the center of the world, and the Iron Throne was not the first throne in the world. She no longer looked at the disheartening battle outside the city. Instead, she began to look at the garden in the sky that was more than 200 meters above the ground. There was a swimming pool, a lawn, a garden, and half a circle of small trees around the perimeter. There were persimmon trees, mango trees, pomegranates. The garden was 30 meters long and wide. It was simply too big. It was hard to imagine how much stone, labor, and time were used to build this pyramid. Sigh, when I was young, I had a class with a scholar. He said that there was a great pyramid in the Far East. I asked him how big it was, and he said it was very, very big, even bigger than Winterfell. I did not believe him, but now. The bear mother was amazed and started to feel inferior. The pyramid was 240 meters tall, and its foundation was definitely more than 300 meters wide. However, Winterfell was only 300 meters wide and 500 meters long. Not to mention the castle in Winterfell, even the Forest of God's Wood would not be as big as this stone tower. There was more than one great pyramid at Slaves Bay. Myrene alone had more than 20 pyramids. Is the King's Landing as big as Myrene? The bear mother asked. The Earl of Bear Island was more than 50 years old, but he had never been to the King's Landing. The first time Big Bear went to the King's Landing was when he followed Ide to fight against Liga. Before that, he had not even left the northern region. It was not their fault. From Bear Island to the King's Landing, it was at least 4,000 kilometers by land. It was even further by sea, around the old town and Dorne. It was estimated to be 10,000 kilometers. Myrene is bigger than the King's Landing, but it is not as populous as the King's Landing. The Gith people like to build pyramids and colosseums. Those buildings take up too much land. Oh. The bear mother sighed. If there is a chance, I have to go to the King's Landing. Looking at his aunt, Big Bear suddenly felt sad and said, my pterosaur is female. After a few years, when it lays eggs, I will give you a few. In the future, the Earl of Bear Island will be able to ride a pterosaur and travel the world. You can also start a pterosaur air transport business and earn money to support your wife. The queen allowed you to give the pterosaur away. The bear mother was shocked. Big Bear shook his head and smiled faintly. The pterosaur is unruly and is definitely the most ferocious creature in the world. Ordinary people can't tame a young pterosaur, but I have the mark of the paladin. The queen promised that all first-generation paladins can pass down the title of paladin to their descendants. I have no children, so the title will be passed down to Alisanne's children. Queen Sansa seems to only need to pray to the 7 gods to become a dragon knight. There are not so many restrictions. The bear mother was confused. That is because Big Black, the great guardian of light, responded to her prayers, but not everyone can get an answer in their prayers. When I tell the queen about the title, the Mormont family will enter the great guardian's paladin list. In the future, as long as the direct descendants of the Mormont family have enough faith, they can get the mark of the paladin from their prayers. That will be the inheritance. Faith? Believe in the 7 gods. Our family has believed in the old gods for thousands of years. The bear mother frowned. Let the children choose voluntarily. Didn't Sansa Stark believe in the 7 gods? With a dragon knight to inherit, who would still believe in the old gods? The bear mother sighed. Actually, there are benefits to believing in the old gods. The bear mother frowned again and said hesitantly, after becoming a dragon knight, don't we have to be loyal to the Dragon Queen's descendants? Of course, just like how the vassals wear their ancestral armor to answer the call of their lord, if the Queen's heir needs a dragon knight to participate in battle, we will all ride a dragon and rush over. This was the dragon knight system that Dany really wanted to establish. The pterosaurs with their big bellies could almost make any king poor, but it was different if they were distributed to the vassals. The vassals would receive honor and the convenience of swift action, the king would reduce financial expenses, and there would be a stable source of dragon knights. Because the mark of the paladin came from Big Black, the loyalty of the dragon knights could also be guaranteed. A win-win situation. This was actually a fake version of Valeglia. But Bear Island has been loyal to Stark for generations. The bear mother's expression was conflicted. Chapter 693. Mormont on horseback is loyal to Stark, while Mormont on winged dragon serves Targaryen. What if they clash? The bear mother asked again. Then it's a civil war, as long as the 2 Mormonts don't meet. I don't think that's a good idea. The bear mother was conflicted. Then do you want my title of Holy Knight? The bear mother was a little impatient. He didn't have any sons or daughters, but he didn't want to see Count Mormont's wife run away because he was poor, so he decided to let Maiji's descendants inherit his gift. If Maiji wasn't willing, then forget it. Yes, of course. It was easy to reject the bear mother's inheritance, just a sentence, but it was almost impossible to encounter such a good thing again. Maiji wasn't stupid, of course she wouldn't reject. Do you have any other titles? She asked. What do you mean? The bear mother was puzzled. Let's split the family into 2. Bear Island will continue to be loyal to Stark, and choose one of my daughters to inherit your winged dragon and fief. The bear mother was stunned. The bear mother was a little embarrassed by the stare, her sallow old face flushed red, and she stammered, a loyal subject doesn't serve 2 masters. Stark and Targaryen had a blood feud more than 10 years ago, who knows when they'll fight again. Besides, I have 4 daughters, and the remaining 3 don't have the right to inherit. Bear Island is too poor, and the good people look down on us, unwilling to marry us. Bear Island was too poor and too remote, and in terms of marriage, both men and women were miserable. Not to mention the bear mother, it was difficult for the Bear Island's daughters to marry. The bear mother herself didn't have a husband, and her 5 children were all born with wild men. Her eldest daughter, Daisy, was almost 20 years old, and she died unmarried. The second daughter, the she-bear, also had a few children, but like the bear mother, she didn't marry and went to Bear Island's wild men to have children. Not all of the Bear Island's daughters looked like she-bears. Daisy Mormont, for example, was tall, strong, and charming, and graceful, and well-bred, as the heir to an earl. The daughters of great aristocrats were often engaged before they reached adulthood. However, the daughters of Bear Island were either like Daisy, who kept herself clean but didn't have any outstanding aristocratic sons to marry, or like Meiji and Elisa, those with status weren't willing to marry them, and those without status were looked down upon. Thus, it was better for them to live their lives freely on Bear Island. Fierce men, stylish men, cool men, little fresh meats, they could choose at will, and they guaranteed that none of them would be over 25 years old. After all, they were the lords of Bear Island, and although they didn't have money, they had power. I'm a white knight. I don't have any land, but I can ask the queen. It should be possible. Of course, Danny had no objections. I have a lot of Westeros nobles here. It won't be a problem to call all of your cousins over. They will first take the oath to become knights, and then follow me to conquer the world. I guarantee that in the future, each of them will have a noble title and a fief. Dragon Queen is unusually forthright. How could she refuse a subordinate who was qualified in terms of technical and tactical skills and also had loyal and devoted genes? Last time, when she conquered Biasabad by the Jade Sea, she felt that she didn't have enough subordinates to use. In the future, when she conquered Queers, Jade Sea, Volantis, and other city-states, there would be a shortage of talent if she only arranged for one confidant to be the lord of each city. Moreover, Big Bear belonged to the oldest group of officials, so Danny was happy to give him some rewards. When Meiji received this reply, she happily stayed in the pyramid. That night, Danny held a small banquet for Meiji in the Great Pyramid. She didn't invite many guests, but gathered the generals and nobles who lived in the Great Pyramid together to have a sumptuous dinner. After the banquet, Danny began to treat the dwarf's injuries. In a 30-square-meter stone room, the walls were pasted with snow-white dragon paper. More than 20 candles were lit in the chandelier, and the room looked bright and magnificent. In the middle of the room, there was a single bed with a straw mat, and on the bed lay a charred dwarf wearing only a pair of white underpants. How is it? Looking at Danny's changing expression under the light, old Yamant was worried. How is it? The dwarf also widened his heterochromatic eyes and looked at Danny nervously. Danny was silent for a while before she said, Tyrion, first tell me a reason why you want me to save you. The dwarf blurted out, I'm willing to go through fire and water for Targaryen. Ha! Danny sneered. I will lead Casterly Rock to surrender to you. Ha! I can give you my sister's head as a ball. Sigh, looks like you're dead for sure today. Danny sighed. Your Majesty, other than loyalty, I really can't think of anything else to give you. The dwarf wailed. Loyalty? Don't ruin this beautiful word. Then tell me, what do you want? Tyrion closed his eyes and said directly, since you didn't throw me out, it means that there's still a possibility of saving me. I'll agree to whatever you say. Danny turned to Aegon, pointed at the dwarf and asked, what other value does he have? Yamant frowned and said awkwardly, even a nail or a straw mat can have some effect. No matter how bad Tyrion is, he's still better than a nail or a straw mat. Perhaps, it can be used in the future. The dwarf opened his eyes and shouted, Master Yamant, I swear I won't let you down. I'll be 1,000,000 times more useful than a nail or a straw mat. Danny smiled and said, if that's the case, then sell your life to me. Every time you buy a life, we'll calculate the value. How about that? You mean, if you save me once, I'll have to work for you a lot? The dwarf asked hesitantly. There are 3 plans to save you. Danny extended 3 fingers. First, the normal version. I'll use the Great Resurrection spell to help you repair your charred organs, then use Pogba's Ice Skin Jade Cream to treat your external injuries. You can survive, but your skin will be covered in burn scars, just like a hound's face. Hound? Tyrion shuddered and quickly said, I don't want the normal version, give me a better one. The normal version saves the most divine power. You only need to return 5 lives and work for me 5 times, Dany reminded him. 5 lives for the normal version. Isn't that too expensive? Dany nodded and said matter-of-factly, of course, this kind of exclusive business is extremely profitable. A treasure like you, who's 1,000,000 times more useful than a straw mat, needs to be ruthlessly fleeced. The dwarf asked blankly, let's talk about the other treatment plans. For the VIP version that's above the normal version, I'll make a great vow to the Holy Mother and use 1,000,000 powers of faith to reshape your life. Old Ymont asked curiously, what's reshape my life? Above the holy healing spell is the resurrection spell. You've seen the process of Big Sparrow's resurrection? I can't use the resurrection spell, but the Holy Mother is merciful and the Holy Father is just, so she passed on the resurrection spell to me. Resurrection spell. This grand name immediately intimidated the dwarf and Ymont. Look. Dany pointed at the dwarf in disdain. He's less than 1 meter tall, his head is as big as a bucket, his torso is like a pillar, and his legs are bent like crab claws. He doesn't even have a nose, a scar on his face, and his eyes are different in size. If it weren't for the Holy Mother's mercy, this kind of person would have been directly thrown into the 7 levels of hell. The dwarf was ashamed and angry. He shouted, the Holy Father is fair. Even though I don't have the physique of a normal person, I have superhuman wisdom. If you really had great wisdom, you wouldn't have accomplished nothing and failed time and time again, Dany mocked. Dany, what can the resurrection spell do? Ymont quickly changed the topic. The resurrection spell, as the name suggests, can make a dwarf a new man. I can make him even more handsome than his older brother, compared to. Dany crossed her left hand in front of her chest and supported her chin with her right hand. She sized up the dwarf with a scrutinizing gaze. Maybe 3 meters tall. You can make me grow taller. The dwarf widened his eyes and said in ecstasy. The dwarf was currently 0.9 meters tall. If he grew to 3 meters tall, it would be equivalent to stretching his body by half. It would be a miracle. Dany, can you really make him grow again? Ymont asked in surprise. Not only can I grow taller, I can also become more handsome. I think I was already very handsome before, the dwarf said hesitantly. Then do you want to be even more handsome? Dany asked with a smile. Of course, if I can do it. The dwarf did not hesitate at all. The VIP Premium Edition, 50 lives. Although it's a little expensive, but... The dwarf nodded hesitantly. If you can do it, 50 lives are worth it. Anyway, he might not be able to survive even if he sold his life 5 times. It was no different from selling his life 50 times. Thinking of this, the dwarf looked at Dany with anticipation and asked, what's the third treatment method? VIP Max Pro Emperor Edition. Other than the Premium Edition's effects, it can also let you obtain the power of a god descending to the mortal world. God descending to the mortal world? Strength enough to wrestle with giants. Magic resistance like the Megalosaurus, immunity to most curses in the world, and even awakening special magic talents. That's strong. The anticipation in the dwarf's eyes turned into suspicion. Even you aren't that strong, right? Ha, how do you think I became the king of Khal? Dany smiled proudly. The dwarf gritted his teeth and said firmly, all right, I'll take this Emperor Edition's treatment method. You don't even ask about the price? You have to sell your life 100 times for me. Anyway, I only have 1 life. What's the difference if I sell my life 50 times or 100 times? Thinking this in his heart, the dwarf said righteously, it's the duty of a subject to die for his majesty. So what if it's 500 times, let alone 100 times? If that's the case, then 500 times it is. Midget. Dany, you're not bragging, are you? How can there be such a powerful and miraculous treatment technique in the world? Old Yamant said what was in his heart after he forced the dwarf to drink a large bowl of concentrated poppy milk. You don't believe me, but don't you believe in the Holy Mother? Ah. Old Yamant's mouth twitched a few times and said, I believe in the Holy Mother, but I believe more that you will lie in the name of the Holy Mother. Ha, just you wait. Danny smiled helplessly. She put on a mask and a clean white coat. Then, she took out a scalpel and quickly and accurately cut open the dwarf's chest. Ah! Old Yamant's heart almost stopped from this sudden action. Didn't you dissect a corpse yourself? Danny asked curiously. But Tyrion is not a corpse. Old Yamant held on to the operating table, his old face pale. Ugh! When Danny opened up the dwarf's stomach like she was cutting open a pig and revealed the charred and bleeding organs, the old man cried out again. He did not bother arguing with Danny and hurriedly ran out of the door to vomit. It was as if a ball of fire had ignited in the dwarf's chest. His internal organs and small intestines were all charred black and some of his organs were even bleeding with yellowish red pus. But the dwarf did not die because he was a Targaryen. If it was a normal person, he would have died long ago. If it was before Danny became a demigod, he would not have lasted until now. Chapter 694. Before the Long Night, there was a legendary empire that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, the Dawn Kingdom. Its territory stretched to the Bone Mountain Range in the west, the Grey Wilderness in the east, the Trembling Sea in the north, and the Jade Sea in the south. Even the Thunder Island in the Jade Sea belonged to its territory. It could be said that all the conquered lands around the Barren Land had surrendered to the Emperor of the Dawn Kingdom. Unlike the magic civilization of Valeglia, the Dawn Kingdom was a mythical civilization. Its founders were the gods the Night Lion, the god of death and darkness, and the Queen of Light. The two gods established the kingdom of God on earth, and its first ruler was the son of the gods, the Sky Emperor. Well, the Queen of Light was not Lalo in women's clothes, but the King of Light before Lalo, the singer of the Song of Light, a true god. The Sky Emperor was the son of the Lady of Light and the Night Lion. He inherited the bloodline of the gods and lived for at least 10,000 years. The eldest son of the Sky Emperor ruled the Dawn Kingdom for 1,000 years, but he lived for a long time. After all, 1,000 years was only the time he was the emperor. His father, the Sky Emperor, was the emperor for 10,000 years, so he must have been the crown prince for thousands of years. After that, the life of the Emperor of the Dawn Kingdom became shorter and shorter, because the bloodline of the gods in their bodies became thinner and thinner. Then the question was, how strong was the bloodline of the gods? It was undeniable that there must be more extraordinary genes. However, there was a reality in the Song of Ice and Fire world that couldn't be ignored. An ordinary person with mediocre genes could also have extraordinary king's blood immediately after becoming a king. This showed that genes were not the only reason for the strength of the bloodline. There was a more important reason, the compatibility between the bloodline and the law of the world. If Zhu Yuanzhang was placed in the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, his genes could be said to be extremely mediocre. When he became the Hongwu Great Emperor, his genes did not change, but his bloodline suddenly became tens of thousands of times higher, becoming the noblest bloodline in the world. If Zhu Yuanzhang's blood was used to cast a curse, even Danny would not be able to withstand it. Why was that? Zhu Yuanzhang's genes did not change, but because he became the emperor, the master of the world changed, and the law of the world also changed, becoming more compatible with the master of the world, which was Zhu Yuanzhang's family. Zhu Yuanzhang's family became the noble blood of the royal family. Any one of them could be used by Aunt May to draw blood to create a shadow assassin. A single person had promoted the bloodline of the entire clan. In the past, the little devil had also envied Dragon Queen's witchcraft and had once held a glass candle and stayed up all night. Unfortunately, he did not have the talent and could not light a candle, so he could not learn the meditation technique. However, the situation changed later on. Dani used the most direct method to touch the laws of the universe. She became a wind god and comprehended the song of fire, the power of creation. The door god was alarmed, the sheep egg was alarmed, and Lalo was alarmed. Dani's genes didn't change much, but the laws of the universe became more compatible with her bloodline. What was the relationship between the dwarf and Dani? Half-siblings from different mothers. A large portion of their genes overlapped. The genes of the midgets did not change, but as long as one sat at home, fortune would fall from the sky. He hadn't changed, but the laws of the universe had. He recalled the scene of Dani burning him in the Vajra cave abode, not to mention elemental flames. She could even resist dragon flames and divine dragon flames. It was only natural that the dwarf was not burned to death by Aunt May. Actually, John had also benefited greatly. He still had to wear a mask at the Great Wall because he was afraid of sunlight. When Dani became a demigod and comprehended her own song of fire, his fire witchcraft cultivation seemed to have turned on a cheat. In less than half a month, his fire witchcraft had reached perfection, surpassing Tam and Kuei Shi, and becoming a shadow-binding knight who could see sunlight, just like Aunt May. Of course, the biggest beneficiary was neither John's nephew nor the dwarf, but the stable boy Simba. As for his dear nephew, Aegon, it was a pity that he did not get any benefits. Dani was unhappy that the dwarf had gotten such a huge benefit. That was why she came up with 3 treatment plans to trap him. The dwarf thought, there's no difference between working for the Dragon Queen 10 times and working for her 50 times. There's also no difference between working for her 50 times and working for her 100 times. If that's the case, only an idiot would not choose the treatment plan of VIP Max Pro Emperor. Dani hoped that he would think that way. Actually, although the normal version would be ugly, a hound with burns all over its body, it was definitely safe. The VIP version would change one's appearance and lengthen one's height. That was good. However, had he ever thought about who he would become? Why did the Dragon Queen want him to become him? VIP Max Pro Emperor Edition would not only change one's appearance, it would also allow one to descend from the heavens. However, had the Dragon Queen done such a transformation before? Would it succeed? What? Was it the Holy Mother's divine arts that helped the transformation? The Holy Mother was currently focused on carving mysterious and profound runes on the dwarf's organs and spine. Back in the Sasrith continent, at the Spider Spirit's burial ground, Dani had fulfilled her promise and bestowed the Song of Power to the Vajra. In the Vajra's mind, she had seen a set of strange golden runes appear on the surface of the Vajra's soul. On the forehead, chest, back, and 4 limbs of the soul Vajra, there were huge golden runes. Dani had always kept that set of runes in mind, because she suspected that the set of runes was related to the Song of Power. After a few months of research, Dani still could not turn the set of runes that she named Vajra's Song of Power into a meditation technique. She even suspected that she could not comprehend the Song of Power through meditation. Then, she thought of an idea. Could she brand the runes of the Vajra's Song of Power on the surface of the body to stimulate the mysterious power? Unfortunately, she had tested tattoo pigments made of many kinds of magic materials. She had tested them many times on unsullied volunteers, but none of them had succeeded. When she saw the dwarf and discovered that he had inexplicably activated his witchcraft talent, Dani had a new idea. Could she use the fire creation power to help him shape his organs, and then brand the runes of the Vajra's Song of Power on the organs during the process of creating the organs? There were 2 difficulties involved. First, she had to use the fire creation power to shape the organs. Previously, she had created complete lives. Recently, although the divinity of the fire creation power had been increasing, she was not confident that she could use the flames to create organs. If the dwarf had not survived being roasted by Aunt May, Dani would not have thought of this at all. The second difficulty was that if the organs could be created, then how could she ensure that the organs branded with the runes would not reject the body? Obviously, she would encounter danger during the experiment. However, the dwarf had betrayed her and taken advantage of Dani. He had activated his fire creation power, and now he wanted her to save his life. Why? Dani also had a legitimate reason. The dwarf swore that as long as she was willing to save him, he would work for her 500 times in the future. Being a lab rat was the first time he worked for her. Ouch! The unconscious dwarf suddenly opened his eyes and let out an inhuman cry of pain. The thick oak door could not stop his voice from spreading outside. What's going on? Ah! Before old Yamant, who had just rushed in, could ask in detail, he widened his eyes and let out a cry of horror that was as loud as the dwarf's, but with a different emotion. The dwarf was in pain to the bone, while Yamant was in shock and horror. The dwarf was like a fat pig whose stomach had been cut open. His stomach was open, revealing the organs inside. At this moment, his organs were burning in a bright red fire. There was even oil that was being refined, making a sizzling sound. The smell was even more, ugh. Yamant knelt on the ground and vomited puddles of clear water. He had already vomited his dinner outside. Old man, don't be agitated. Hurry up and get a bottle of concentrated poppy milk and make Tyrion drink it. His cries are as unpleasant as a pig being slaughtered. It's so noisy. Dani's grumbling voice came from under the thick mask. Yamant's face was distorted. It hurts, it hurts. Your Majesty, what are you doing? The dwarf howled in heart-wrenching pain. His head, neck, and limbs were all fastened to the operating table by straps, so he could not see his dissected stomach. After a while, old Yamant poured a liter of concentrated poppy milk into the dwarf's mouth with trembling hands. The sounds of pigs being slaughtered in the room gradually weakened, and finally quieted down completely. Dani, what are you doing? The old man asked with a trembling voice as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Tyrion has activated his fire wizard bloodline. Dani did not stop moving, and concisely recounted how the dwarf had taken advantage of her. That's a good thing, old Yamant exclaimed in surprise. It's a good thing. Tyrion's fire resistance has increased by quite a bit. Dani nodded in agreement. The muscles on Yamant's old face twitched a few times, and he advised, I know you don't like his actions, but he doesn't know about his past. Everything he does is for the sake of his family, and not for his own selfish desires. He's a good person, the old man emphasized. He's also a good experimental subject, very resistant to fire. Without waiting for the old man to persuade her again, Dani immediately said, Don't worry, he won't die. It's just some physical pain. If my deity's descent blood wizard spell can be successfully modified, my abilities will be greatly improved. Can it be popularized? Yamant asked. It should be possible, but, however, the greater benefit was that her fire creation divinity would be upgraded again. To put it bluntly, divinity was a kind of professional knowledge, and knowledge could be improved through research and practice. Transforming the fog into a fire spirit was practice, the blood wizard transformation on the dwarf was also practice, and could increase divinity. If divinity grew into a divine position, or even a song of laws, then she could truly become the goddess of fire life. This benefit was the true reward for saving the dwarf. Early in the morning, Myrene was still shrouded in a thin fog, but the top of the pyramid, which was more than 200 meters tall, was already bathed in golden sunlight. A long table was placed on the dewy green lawn. Dani sat at the head of the table, and the officials who lived in the pyramid sat on both sides. However, Myrene had long entered a state of war, and most of the generals were on duty at the front lines. At this time, there were only 7 or 8 people who accompanied the queen to eat. I heard Tyrion screaming last night, the mother bear, who was sitting beside the great bear, said incoherently as she chewed on a plump ham. If he can scream, it means that he's still alive, the great bear said casually. The queen is helping him clean the rotten flesh in his organs, scraping his bones and cutting his flesh. Of course, it hurts, old Yamant lied through his teeth. He's much better today than yesterday, you can go and take a look, Danny said. She looked at the golden-haired girl who was silently dipping a slice of bread with cherry jam at the end of the table, and deliberately called her out, Marcella, read a passage from the 7 Stars Bible to your uncle later. Yes, Your Majesty, the little girl replied softly. Marcella, Meiji turned around and looked at the daughter of the Kingslayer and Circe with a scrutinizing gaze. She had milk-white skin, a head of thick golden curly hair, delicate facial features, and a gentle and quiet temperament. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.